Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Yen slowly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at him through the transparent energy barrier. When their eyes met, Yang Kai felt startled, because at that moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Yan's eyes were a little strange, involuntarily giving him the illusion that he was nothing but a small, humble ant in front of her. But when he looked again carefully, Yang Yen had returned to normal, as if everything just now was his mind playing tricks on him. After Yang Yen glanced at him, she closed her eyes again, her look not changing in the slightest. Yang Kai tried to call out to her several times, but never once received a response. The next instant, Yang Yan's knowledge sea seemed to boil as an orange bubble suddenly appeared from below the sea of flames. This bubble slowly rose towards Yang Yen before bursting right below her. When this bubble burst, Yang Kai sensed some kind of strange energy pour into her soul avatar. As soon as this happened, Yang Yan's expression filled with pain, as if she was experiencing great suffering, her brow furrowing tightly as her tender body trembled violently, her arms clinging even tighter to her knees. Yang Kai's heart clenched as uncertainty and confusion filled his face. He did not understand what had happened to Yang Yen, but at this moment, he finally realized the reason she was in this state was related to these bubbles in her knowledge sea. Didn't these bubbles contain Yang Yan's life experiences and memories? Why would they cause her so much discomfort? Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. Yang Yen once told him that no one had taught her about artifact refining or spirit arrays, and that all her knowledge was innate, as if it had been buried in her subconscious and she could unlock them through studying spirit arrays and artifact refining. Could it be that knowledge of these two fields Yang Yen had yet to master was what was sealed inside these orange bubbles? But where did this knowledge come from? Why would they be stored in her knowledge sea? Why would all of them suddenly become unlocked? Yang Kai could not figure it out. Yang Yan's current situation was like she was forcefully accepting a massive amount of information, far more than she could immediately digest, resulting in her soul avatar closing itself off in her knowledge sea to protect itself. Although all of this was just Yang Kai's guess, he was certain they were correct. If this was really the case, Yang Kai couldn't help her unless he stole away some of the knowledge sealed in those bubbles to share the burden with Yang Yen. But this knowledge was Yang Yan's wealth, so without her permission, Yang Kai would naturally not do this. Doing so now would be nothing short of robbing Yang Yen. Although she seemed to be suffering a little right now, as long as she could endure this, her gains would be unimaginable. Understanding this, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Now that he had found the source of the problem and it was nothing bad like he had imagined, he was naturally no longer worried. However, for the time being, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave, planning on watching over Yang Yan's soul avatar so he could intervene quickly if a real accident happened. After making up his mind, Yang Kai whispered a few words to Yang Yen, informing her of his intentions, before immediately withdrawing a short distance and sitting down cross-legged in the air while carefully observing her condition. Yang Kai did not know if it was an illusion or not, but Yang Yen seemed somewhat encouraged because he was close by. For some time after, the bubbles in Yang Yan's knowledge sea continued to rise and pop around Yang Yen, flooding her with all the information sealed within them when they burst. Even though Yang Yan's expression was filled with pain, her reaction seemed much better than before, and as time passed and the number of bubbles that appeared decreased, Yang Yan's expression gradually stabilized. In a blink of an eye, about half a month passed. During this period, Yang Kai did not withdraw an inch or even close his eyes for a moment, paying constant attention to Yang Yan's state at all times. Finally, the last bubble rose from her knowledge sea and burst, and the information sealed inside of it was quickly absorbed by Yang Yen. When this was finished, the transparent barrier around Yang Yan's body also broke, and she slowly opened her eyes. Slowly stretching out her body, Yang Yen used one hand to cover her chest, while the other blocked her most precious place. As she rose into a standing stance, her long hair flowed out widely despite there being no wind. Her entire knowledge sea suddenly became calm at this moment. Yang Kai stared blankly. This beautiful scene made him feel that Yang Yen was like an awe-inspiring goddess. Until now, Yang Yen had always worn black robes that covered her completely, so even if Yang Kai had wanted to see her whole face, he had never had an opportunity. Now, although he had somewhat expected it, He was quite shocked at how attractive she was. If Yang Yan dressed better, she would certainly be able to drive countless men crazy for her. While Yang Kai was staring, a dazzling light suddenly burst from Yang Yan's soul avatar. Not only was this light blinding, it was accompanied by an aura that caused Yang Kai to pale slightly. When that aura struck him, he could not help trembling. Emperor pressure. Yang Kai's eyes widened instantly. He had experienced this kind of aura before in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so it was naturally impossible for him to mistake it for something else. This strange emperor pressure disappeared quickly, and when the light faded and Yang Kai regained his sight, he saw Yang Yan's soul avatar had donned her signature black robe and was currently staring towards Yang Kai with a somewhat apologetic look. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, and quickly flew towards her, sticking close as he swept his eyes over her a few times. Yang Yan seemed to be the same Yang Yan he had always known, without any kind of change, but everything he had witnessed still caused Yang Kai to become suspicious. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai asked after a long silence. I'm fine now." Yang Yan brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled at Yang Kai. This smile was filled with immense self-confidence. It was a look Yang Kai had never seen on Yang Yan before. Until now, she had always seemed as timid as a mouse, only showing her confidence when it came to artifact refining or spirit array arranging. "I've made you worry," Yang Yan whispered gratefully. "As long as you are all right, everything is fine. Wu Yi and Qian, you were very worried. They had no idea what happened to you. Since you're fine now, I'll take my leave. You go first, I have to stay here for a while. There are some things I need to take care of." Yang Yan bit her red lips. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded. "All right, just come out after you finish what you need to." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared out of Yang Yan's knowledge sea. After Yang Kai left, Yang Yan's face suddenly showed a complicated expression that made it impossible to understand what she was thinking. There seemed to be a haze covering her beautiful eyes, but after a while, she let out a gentle sigh, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes and began sorting through all the information in her head. Inside the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced towards Yang Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. Seeing that her face had become much rosier and her breathing was much smoother, Yang Kai understood that she really was out of danger. Right now, her soul avatar was simply immersed in her knowledge sea, so she wouldn't regain consciousness for some time. No matter what she suffered or what she obtained, Yang Kai did not try to ask. To him, as long as Yang Yan was still Yang Yan, that was all that mattered. If she was willing to tell him, she would do so on her own. After carefully laying Yang Yan down on her bed and covering her with her bedding, Yang Kai left. Outside the door, Wu Yi and Qian Yu were still anxiously waiting. Yang Kai had remained inside Yang Yan's room for half a month, silent the entire time, so naturally they were quite worried. They did not dare to disturb him at will, but that didn't mean they weren't anxious. Hearing the door opening, the two women were overjoyed, and after seeing Yang Kai, Wu Yi hurriedly asked, "How is she?" "Everything's fine now, don't worry. She will probably wake up in a few days." Hearing Yang Kai say this, Wu Yi and Qian Yu could not help exchanging a joyful glance and breathing sighs of relief. Putting aside Yang Yan's matter, after the Emperor Garden appeared, "Has our Dragon Cave Mountain been affected? You also know about the Emperor Garden's appearance?" Wu Yi showed a trace of surprise. After all, the Emperor Garden had only appeared recently, and during this period Yang Kai had been with Yang Yan, so it was quite strange he would have obtained this news so quickly. The reason why Wu Yi knew about the Emperor Garden's appearance was because news had come from Shadow Moon Hall. But soon, Wu Yi sorted out her thoughts and replied, "There are more strange faces around the area, and the number of cultivators in Heavenly Fate City has also skyrocketed, but it hasn't had much impact on our Dragon Cave Mountain yet. However, if things continue like this, that may not be the case for much longer." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Wu Yi had said was exactly what he was worried about. The Emperor Garden had coincidentally appeared right above Dragon Cave Mountain, attracting the attention of many foreign cultivators this past fortnight. As more time passed, more masters would arrive, and at that time this place would be swarmed by many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Elder Qian sent you a message a few days ago. Would you like to see it? Wu Yi quickly remembered and asked. Oh? What message? Yang Kai looked towards her. Wu Yi immediately took out a letter from her space ring and handed it over. Yang Kai took it, but after opening it, he found that there wasn't anything written on it. However, this did not surprise Yang Kai as he quickly used his divine sense to scan it, and soon collected all the information it contained. The news from Qian Tong was quite simple. There were only 2 points. Shadow Moon Hall's internal strife had subsided. It was not difficult to imagine that, since the other party only made a move after Qian Tong disappeared for half a year, they were quite wary of him. Now that Qian Tong had returned safely and brought with him an artifact refiner highly likely to reach the origin grade level, all of the internal turbulence had quickly been suppressed. What's more, now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, everyone inside Shadow Moon Hall didn't have the liberty to fight anymore. The sect master had issued a firm command and the battle had ceased, with only a few people being disposed of to warn others not to act up. With the end of this internal struggle, Qian Tong made sure to mention to Yang Kai that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in any way in the grudge between Dragon Cave Mountain and the Xia family. He also said that the trade relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall would be fully restored and that Shadow Moon Hall would lower its selling price on materials by an additional 10% as an apology. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Qian Tong was a man worthy of respect. Yang Kai risking his life to rescue Qian Tong had paid off. Without even mentioning the grievances between Yang Kai and the Xia family, just the 10% discount on materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall would be of enormous benefit. From the speed at which Dragon Cave Mountain purchased materials, this 10% discount would save them many Saint Crystals in short order. The second piece of information recorded in this letter was about the Emperor Garden. On that day, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu had joined forces to investigate whether the Emperor Garden had truly manifested or not, and although they were forced to retreat before they could get close due to the Emperor pressure, they were able to confirm one thing. The Emperor Garden before them was real, and not some short-lived illusion that would quickly disappear like its previous incarnations. This time, it had appeared before all of Shadowed Star's cultivators, creating a shocking scene. Moreover, after so many days, many origin-returning realm masters had gone to check the situation, but none were able to approach the Emperor Garden. On top of that, no one knew how to enter it even if they did manage to approach it. As the host of this place, Shadow Moon Hall had widely distributed invitation letters to all the great forces on Shadowed Star to hold a discussion about entering the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong told Yang Kai that many masters from all over Shadowed Star had rushed to Heavenly Fate City in recent days, many of whom were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. Although this was conveyed to him as simple information, Qian Tong's meaning was very obvious. He was subtly telling Yang Kai to not cause trouble during this time. Seeing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. Even without Qian Tong's caution, he wouldn't try to stir up trouble. It was really not an appropriate time to be taking overt actions, and Yang Kai still had many things to deal with, so he had already been thinking about using this opportunity to completely close off Dragon Cave Mountain and cultivate quietly for a while. It wouldn't be too late to worry about the Emperor Garden after it was investigated. If the masters found a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would naturally be willing to participate. The life-revitalizing Jade Cream Rockery needed to be investigated, and that Ice Attribute World Spirit was also important to the Phoenix Empress inheritance. If the Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul was able to swallow that World Spirit, it would definitely bring it great benefits, which in turn would allow Su Yan to gain more benefits when she finally accepted it. Thinking so, Yang Kai used his demonic flames to burn the letter from Qian Tong to ash before telling Wu Yi and Qian Yu to take good care of Yang Yan and handing over his damaged purple shield to them. Asking the two women to have Yang Yan repair the broken shield, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion alone. Yang Kai first took a look at the red candle fruit which had been stored in the cave mansion and found that, under the nourishing effect of the red candle stalk and the rich world energy aura over the past few years, the red candle fruit piece showed no signs of withering or losing its medicinal efficacies. Back in the flowing flame sand field, choosing to prioritize this red candle stalk had really been the right choice. Yang Kai didn't know how the other great forces were preserving their red candle fruit pieces, but even if they had astonishing means, He was confident that none were as good as the one he implemented. This fruit piece was a rare treasure, and if refined into a pill, it might help a cultivator break through the third-order origin-returning realm bottleneck and reach the origin king realm. Although Xianxia couldn't use it right now, there would always come a day when he could. The 10,000-year incense fragrance lightly floated through the cave mansion, but its magical effects of calming one's mood did not diminish in the slightest. This tiny cave mansion was actually filled with countless treasures. After checking up on all these precious treasures, Xianxia returned to his regular room, sat cross-legged and sorted out his thoughts. In any case, his top priority was to increase his strength. If those masters really found a way to enter the Emperor Garden, he would need enough strength in order to compete with Shadowed Star's tyrants for the benefits inside. Xianxia didn't believe he could break through to the origin realm anytime soon, but increasing his cultivation realm wasn't the only way to improve his strength. There were many other methods. Considering all this, Xianxia's expression became firm and he waved his hand, laying out all of the spoils he collected during his latest outing. This time, there weren't many items harvested, but each one was invaluable. Not to mention the long-lost life revitalizing jade cream, the spectral cloud array plate was a powerful trump card. Xianxia originally owned 2 artifacts, but during this trip he had detonated one while the other was severely damaged, lowering his overall combat strength greatly. This array plate happened to supplement his losses just perfectly. As long as he refined it, it would provide him with a big boost in combat strength. There was also the strange, giant, jet-black stick. Xianxia had never seen the material this thing was made from, but the amount it weighed was truly astonishing. It didn't need any fancy effects or to be wielded in any special manner. As long as one could swing it at an enemy, given its immense weight, it would simply be unstoppable. Before overwhelming strength, nothing else mattered. However, to his dismay, Xianxia found that even when using his full strength, he was unable to use this stick as a weapon, causing him to sigh helplessly. These 3 things were his gains this time, nothing more, nothing less. Of course, Xianxia had other things to deal with besides these 3 treasures. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia reached out his hand and summoned the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace into his palm. A crisp chirp resounded as the artifact spirit materialized, spreading its wings a dozen meters out across the cave mansion. In the next instant, the artifact spirit shrank down and flew over to Xianxia's shoulders, landing on him before calmly preening its feathers with its long beak. Xianxia glanced at it and a smile appeared on his lips, immediately using his divine sense to communicate with it. After a moment, Firebird tilted its head at him before glancing down at the special ring on Xianxia's finger, a dignified yet excited light flashing across its eyes. It was hesitant and fearful, but also extremely excited. If you don't want to, you can refuse and continue to help me refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. Xianxia smiled slightly. As soon as he said these words, the artifact spirit turned into blazing flames and rushed towards the special ring. Xianxia raised his brow as he sent his divine sense into the ring, causing a suction force to emerge from it and draw in the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit ultimately couldn't resist the temptation Xianxia had just suggested. Seeing this, Xianxia was very satisfied. After a moment, the ring flashed and Xianxia released the artifact spirit again. Only now, the artifact spirit's body appeared slightly different from before, because there was a red fiery thread wandering about inside of it like a snake. The artifact spirit let out a sharp tweet as the raging flames which composed its body seemed to be struggling against this crimson light, trying to refine and assimilate it. Sun's true fire. This special ring on Xianxia's finger contained only 2 things. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the other was the sun's true essence. The last time the artifact spirit devoured a wisp of sun's true fire, it had gained tremendous benefits and growth. But when fighting with the Ice Attribute World Spirit in the Emperor Garden, it had still not been the latter's opponent, showing just how difficult it was to handle this Ice Attribute World Spirit. Since Xianxia had ideas about this Ice Attribute World Spirit, naturally he intended to enhance the strength and power of his artifact spirit, and devouring more sun's true fire was the most effective and efficient way to accomplish this. Of course, this method was quite dangerous, so he had offered the artifact spirit a choice and it had not failed to live up to his expectations. Its desire for the sun's true fire exceeded its fear, and it had actively entered his ring to ingest a trace of it. Having experienced this process once before, the artifact spirit's performance this time was much better than back in the corpse cave. Although it seemed that its form had become somewhat unstable under the impact of the sun's true fire, and the fire attribute energy which composed its body was fluctuating unstably, at least it had not fallen directly into a coma. Xianxia smiled heartily as the artifact spirit returned to the artifact refining furnace and began to assimilate the sun's true fire. He believed that when the artifact spirit re-emerged, it would become stronger than before. After dealing with the artifact spirit, Xianxia put away the artifact refining furnace, picked up the array plate of the spectral cloud array, and began carefully examining it. When he obtained this array plate, he didn't have time to take a closer look at it, and only through talking to Kai He and Du Cc did he learn about its great value and that it was a long-lost treasure. Now, after observing it, Xianxia suddenly found that this array plate wasn't made of any kind of metal or wood he could identify. It looked like a wooden token, but it weighed quite a bit more than that. It was roughly the size of a palm, and there were many images of white clouds on its surface. If one stared at it closely, they would feel as if they were seeing a sea of clouds. Xianxia sighed and quickly withdrew his vision before holding it in his palm, closing his eyes and using his Saint Chi and divine sense to refine it. Array plates were refined by artifact array masters and were existences similar to artifacts, so the process to refine them was naturally the same. Moreover, an array plate could be completely refined without too much effort, making it an extremely convenient tool. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed by. During this period, Xianxia had successfully refined the array plate and taken it into his body. Now, as long as he could comprehend the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, he could instantly set up this powerful spirit array anytime, anywhere he wanted. Xianxia was very pleased with this unique treasure as it more than made up for the loss of his 100 Mountains picture, which he was forced to destroy. At this moment, Xianxia opened his eyes as he sensed something and found Yang Yen sitting in front of him, staring at the meter-long black stick lying nearby. Although she was still shrouded in her signature black robe, Xianxia found that her expression was a little weird, as if she was deep in thought. "When did you arrive?" Xianxia asked in amazement. Although Yang Yen also had a control token for the cave mansion's barriers, Xianxia not even being able to notice her arrival was quite surprising. "A few days ago, but I saw you were refining that array plate, so I didn't disturb you," Yang Yen replied casually before wearing a cheerful smile and pointing to the black stick on the ground. "Did you bring the heaven-shaking pillar back with you from the Emperor Garden?" "Heaven-shaking pillar?" Xianxia frowned, but quickly realized something and asked in surprise, "Can you read these characters?" There were 3 ancient characters on this black stick, ones that Xianxia could not understand, but now that Yang Yen had called it the heaven-shaking pillar, he immediately made the association. Yang Yen glanced over at him and snorted lightly. "What's wrong with me understanding these characters? In any case, that array plate you refined before, was it also from the Emperor Garden?" Xianxia nodded as he continued staring towards Yang Yen. Realizing Xianxia's gaze was somewhat different from before, Yang Yen chuckled. "What's wrong? You think I've changed?" "That's not it. Although I know you know a great many things, I didn't think that would include the star's ancient characters. These aren't ancient characters, they were still in use a couple dozen thousand years ago. It's just that Shadowed Star experienced a great change during that time, so these words became lost. This heaven-shaking pillar is a treasure. It's actually composed entirely of heavenly crystal profound iron." "Heavenly crystal profound iron?" Xianxia raised his brow, his expression filling with shock. Although he did not know much about artifact refining, Xianxia was still somewhat knowledgeable about precious artifact refining materials, and heavenly crystal profound iron was one of the most valuable. It was a top-class Origin King-grade material and was rumored to weigh an astonishing amount. A palm-sized piece could weigh 10,000 kilograms. Moreover, it was exceptionally hard, nearly impossible to destroy. Adding a little of this material when refining an artifact could dramatically increase that artifact's strength. giving one a powerful advantage in combat. Yang Yen said that this heaven-shaking pillar was actually entirely refined from heavenly crystal profound iron though. This was nothing short of astonishing. However, if this was really the case, it would explain this stick's incredible weight. Was it very dangerous acquiring this? Yang Yen asked with concern. Yang Kai chuckled before briefly explaining about the battle with the giant humanoid puppet. After listening, Yang Yen nodded. You made the right choice. Although that puppet is quite precious, its value is still far below this heaven-shaking pillar. You profited greatly. On top of that, only such a puppet can wield this kind of artifact. Only a puppet can wield it? Alright then, I'll just give it to you. If you melt it down, you should be able to refine many artifacts with it. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Originally, he had chosen this giant jet black stick because he fancied the material it was refined from. Melt it down. Yang Yen spat disdainfully. Why should I melt it? I cannot refine this kind of artifact now, and there are many amazing spirit arrays portrayed inside it. Melting it is too much of a waste of heaven's precious gift. If we can just find the right person to use it, then who can use it? Yang Kai laughed. Unless you can also refine a puppet like the one that originally wielded this thing, that is. Someone can use it though. Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. Who? Yang Kai's brow rose. He did not believe that on Shadowed Star someone had the strength to freely wave this heaven-shaking pillar around. This thing was simply not designed to be used by human cultivators. Even a third-order origin returning Realm Master wouldn't be able to use this artifact for long before their Saint Chi and strength would be completely exhausted. Yang Yen pointed to a certain spot nearby. Yang Kai looked over in the direction she pointed and suddenly noticed the stone puppet looking towards him fixedly. Seeing both Yang Kai and Yang Yen staring at it together, the stone puppet no longer concealed itself and using its hands and feet, like a little stone ape, it raced over to Yang Kai, its two eyes staring up at him fixedly. The stone puppet? Yang Kai frowned. Just let it try and you'll understand. Yang Yen smiled before pointing her hand towards the heaven-shaking pillar and shouting lightly, "Xiao Xiao!" Hearing this shout, the stone puppet looked at Yang Yen then over Yang Kai. After getting Yang Kai's permission, the stone puppet walked over to the meter-long heaven-shaking pillar. After a short moment, the stone puppet's eyes flashed a joyful light as its hunched back straightened up and its hands pounded its chest a few times before it grabbed the heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he watched without blinking. He clearly saw the heaven-shaking pillar, which he was unable to lift through normal means, being picked up by the stone puppet as if it weighed nothing at all. The stone puppet acted like a small child which had been given a new toy, its face filling with smiles as it held the heaven-shaking pillar appreciatively in front of it before swinging it around. Hoo-hoo! A strong roar of wind rang out as the air within the cave mansion was greatly disturbed, and a kind of tornado began forming with the stone puppet at its center. The next moment, spirit arrays began flashing all around, creating barriers to block the fallout of this event. At the same time, Yang Kai felt invisible blades of wind cut at his body, even going so far as to create scraping noises. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Back in the Emperor Garden, when the humanoid puppet waved this giant stick, its movements were not nearly as smooth as the stone puppet's just now. This tiny stone puppet's body contained such immense power that it was hard to believe. Yang Kai realized that this stone puppet was not as simple as he originally thought. It seemed that other than quenching and refining artifact refining ores, it had other untapped potential. Last time, in the corpse cave, the stone puppet had suddenly grown larger and swallowed the sun true essence before keeping it inside its body for several days. Without it, Yang Kai would not have been able to take away the sun's true essence. This little guy was truly full of surprises. Good, good. Yang Yan's eyes filled with brilliant light as she waved at the stone puppet. Go play outside. If you keep waving it around in here, all the spirit arrays will get destroyed and I'll have to fix them. It's too troublesome. Receiving this command, the stone puppet stopped its movements immediately and the whirlwind which had formed quickly dissipated. Immediately, the stone puppet opened its big mouth wide and swallowed the heaven-shaking pillar into its belly before diving into the earth and disappearing. When Yang Kai sensed it again, It had already moved a dozen kilometers away. Realizing the potential of the stone puppet once more, Yang Kai was excited. The reason was simple: inside his black book space, there was another stone puppet egg. Unfortunately, he had not found another blood essence stone, otherwise it would have been born as well. Over the years, this stone puppet embryo had maintained its strong sense of vitality, showing no signs of dying. Here's your shield. You need to be more careful next time. Although I can repair it once or twice, if it's damaged so badly repeatedly, I'm afraid it will reach a point where it can no longer be fixed, Yang Yan said while handing Yang Kai his purple shield. Yang Yan didn't actually care about the shield, but seeing this origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact so badly damaged, it was conceivable how much danger Yang Kai had been in, so this was her way of indirectly caring about him. Yang Kai understood this and did not say a word, simply nodding vigorously before accepting the shield. Examining it silently, he found that it was as good as new, without the slightest defect, and happily put it away. Show me that array plate again. Yang Yan held out her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not hesitate to take out the array plate and give it to her. Yang Yan stared at the array plate for a while, probing and examining it seriously before tossing it back to Yang Kai. This spectral cloud array plate is very powerful. I'll teach you how to manipulate it properly so that you can maximize its power in the future. Yang Kai's expression brightened slightly upon hearing this. Yang Yan deserved her reputation as a spirit array grandmaster. A single glance and she was able to recognize the spectral cloud array inside this array plate. If it were some other array master, such a feat would have been impossible. Even if she boasted like she was first under the heavens, Yang Kai would not doubt her at all. Yang Yan stretched out a finger, condensing a white ball of light at its tip, before pointing it towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai did not move, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. A moment later, Yang Kai felt a slight jolt as a stream of information flowed into his mind. After a brief investigation, he found that this divine sense package contained a variety of subtle, yet profound descriptions about the spectral cloud array, causing him to be overjoyed. Originally, he was going to ask Yang Yan about the spirit array, but now she had taken the initiative to teach him about it, saving him the effort. However, after using this method, Yang Yan's face became slightly pale, seemingly suffering from some overdraft. All right, you can study it yourself. There is a lot of chaos outside right now with countless cultivators coming and going. There is also no shortage of powerful masters. Dragon Cave Mountain has been completely sealed up according to your instructions. We can use this time to deal with our own matters. Right, I'll need to bring you some things over the next few days that I need your help with refining. Got it? Yang Kai nodded gently, but as he saw her turn around, about to leave, after hesitating for a moment, he called out, Yang Yan, what's wrong? Is there nothing you can tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Not now, I will tell you when the time is right. Yang Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, a complicated expression filling her face before she turned back, opened the barriers and left. Staring in the direction she left, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter what happened to Yang Yan, she did not have any malicious intentions and was still his friend just as before, which was all Yang Kai wanted. As for whatever secrets she was still holding on to, Yang Kai would not ask. Shaking his head, Yang Kai set these matters aside and began comprehending the mysteries of the spectral cloud array. 2 hours later, Yang Kai had mastered the operation of this spirit array. All that was left was to test it out in battle, but even now he could not help feeling slightly awed. This spectral cloud array was worthy of being a lost ancient spirit array. Arranging it alone was extremely difficult and required the ability to refine the clouds in the sky. Such methods were incredibly shocking, and Yang Kai was clearly unable to understand or use the spirit array's full power. Back in the Emperor Garden, no one was operating this array plate, so it was only able to display a small portion of its might, allowing Yang Kai and the others to break through it and resulting in him picking up a bargain. Now, with Yang Kai's strength and understanding of the spirit array, he would be able to bring out about 30 to 40% of the spectral cloud array's might, but that was enough for now. With this array plate, Yang Kai's combat strength has risen dramatically, and as long as it was not a master on Qian Tong or Fei Ji Tu's level, Yang Kai estimated he would have no trouble dealing with them. Of course, if he wanted to kill such a powerful enemy, it would mainly depend on what kind of strength and means the other party had. Under normal situations, Yang Kai was confident he could now kill a second-order origin returning Realm Master in one-on-one combat. After dealing with the array plate, Yang Kai picked up a jade bottle in front of him. What was contained in this jade bottle was none other than the life-revitalizing jade cream obtained inside the Emperor Garden. However, if Yang Kai's guess was correct, this was just a diluted version of life-revitalizing jade cream. In order to verify his conjecture, Yang Kai opened the jade bottle and took a big sip without any hesitation. If someone were to see Yang Kai doing this, they would likely hurl curses at him for his family-ruining practices. Life-revitalizing jade cream could extend the life of a cultivator and enhance their vitality. It was nothing short of a magical elixir that could rejuvenate one's youth, something extremely attractive to any origin-returning realm master. A single drop could extend a cultivator's life by 100 years. Yet Yang Kai just drank a mouthful of it. This was nothing short of a careless waste of heaven's precious gifts. The taste was pure and even somewhat sweet, as if it was the freshest spring water from a mountain stream. And after this liquid reached Yang Kai's stomach, it immediately transformed into a wave of pure energy that began flowing through his veins. Yang Kai carefully felt the changes going on inside his body while showing a joyful look upon his face. He found that his own vitality and blood qi were rapidly being strengthened, with his blood showing faint signs of boiling over. Soon, this massive influx of vitality reached a kind of limit and no longer had any place to go, causing Yang Kai's face to flush bright red and making him feel like he would explode and die in the next moment. However, Yang Kai was not panicked at all, and instead began silently cultivating, using his Saint Qi to gather the erupting vitality in his body together. As this vital energy gathered, so too did Yang Kai's blood, all of its components and essence coming together, as if attracted by some kind of inexplicable force. Time passed by, and after roughly half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly heard a soft dripping sound in the depths of the mind. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate his body, and was shocked and pleasantly surprised by what he discovered. He found that a new drop of golden blood had been added to his body, not the kind of ordinary, dull golden blood that flowed through his vessels, but the pure, orthodox golden blood that could be cultivated into a golden blood thread. Not much of this golden blood currently existed in Yang Kai's body. When he first came to Shadowed Star, he possessed more than 90 drops, but after all these years, using some of it in combat, feeding some of it to the divine tree, and using it for various other reasons, the number of drops of golden blood had decreased to about half that number. And since Yang Kai knew that his golden blood was of great benefit to the divine tree, he had been giving it a drop every few months. This was quite an expensive price to pay, but the results were also quite astonishing. Now that he had his golden blood thread secret technique, each drop of golden blood could be cultivated into a golden thread, but even if Yang Kai refined every drop of golden blood he had left like this, he would still only possess a couple dozen or so, which was far fewer than he planned for. Although Yang Kai could supplement this golden blood all on his own through cultivation, each drop of golden blood required 3 months of accumulation to condense. This was something Yang Kai verified a long time ago. Yang Kai never imagined this life-revitalizing jade cream would allow him to condense pure golden blood in his body. However, this was not difficult to understand. After all, life-revitalizing jade cream was one of the 3 great divine waters, and was originally meant to enhance the vitality of a cultivator. Yang Kai's golden blood was essentially an extremely condensed mass of vital energy. Composing himself, Yang Kai continued circulating his secret art, refining the efficacy of this life-revitalizing jade cream. After another half an hour, a second drop of golden blood was formed. It was not until after the third drop of golden blood took shape that the efficacy of the life-revitalizing jade cream disappeared completely. A small sip of life-revitalizing jade cream allowed him to condense 3 drops of golden blood, so with the amount he had left, Yang Kai figured he could condense another 30 or so drops. This would almost completely make up for all these years of consumption. Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately began drinking the life-revitalizing jade cream bit by bit, continually refining it into golden blood. He did not feel it was wasteful in the slightest. Life-revitalizing jade cream may be a life-saving medicine for those masters who didn't have long left to live, but for him, creating more golden blood from it was the best use possible. After taking it like this though, Xianxia was even more certain that the life-revitalizing jade cream he obtained was just a diluted product. The real life-revitalizing jade cream must have more powerful effects than this, and was surely hidden somewhere inside the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Xianxia's blood began to boil. If he could really enter the Emperor Garden and obtain that pure life-revitalizing jade cream, he would never again have to worry about having enough golden blood. In fact, it probably would not be a dream to replace all of his blood with this kind of pure golden blood. With the powerful vitality and restorative abilities of this pure golden blood, even if Xianxia became grievously injured, he would be able to recover rapidly. After 2 days, the entire bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream had been consumed clean, but Xianxia still showed an unsatiated look. But unable to ask for more, he took out a piece of space spirit crystal, closed his eyes, and began absorbing the space force contained within it. Quickly, half a year passed by. Over the past 6 months, Xianxia did not take one step outside his cave mansion, only doing 3 things. First was cultivating the Tao of space by absorbing the space force contained within space spirit crystals, and the second was refining more golden blood threads inside his body. By now, he had several golden blood threads. Because of his previous experience, he had become much faster at cultivating them. The number of golden blood threads had increased, but his combat strength had not grown much. The main reason for this was that Xianxia only had the first half of the Demon Blood Temple secret technique. How to manipulate and combine these multiple golden blood threads was likely hidden in the technique's second half. Xianxia was not in a rush though. As long as Demon Blood Temple still existed, he would always have an opportunity to deal with this issue. Refining more golden blood threads in advance is still beneficial. The third thing Xianxia attended to during this 6-month retreat was promoting the fusion between the colored glass bead and his demon eye of annihilation. After previously refining the colored glass bead, it had transformed into a hazy halo which encircled the demon eye of annihilation. The 2 different entities had the same effect, but merging them together proved to be somewhat difficult. Now that he had some time, Xianxia naturally focused on hurrying this process along. In addition to these things, Yang Yan had brought him a number of strange-looking items and had him pour his space force into them 3 times. Not only did these things range in size from big to small, they had all kinds of shapes to them, making it impossible for Xianxia to know what they were for. He had asked Yang Yan once about what these items' purpose was, but the latter just grinned and refused to answer, only saying not to worry and just pour his space force into them. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He had originally wondered why Yang Yan specifically said she would need his help refining some items, but now he understood. There really was no one else other than him who could do this. In his spare time, Xianxia also refined some pills. After all, there were several dozen people on Dragon Cave Mountain, and they all required pills to assist in their cultivation. If they bought all their pills from the outside, the expense would be too great, so Xianxia just instructed Wu Yi to purchase the appropriate herbs which he then refined himself, saving a large amount of Saint crystals. This also allowed Xianxia to practice and improve his alchemy skills. Over the past half a year Xianxia refined many pills, but to avoid raising too much of a fuss, he intentionally only refined ordinary pills. Only occasionally would he refine 1 or 2 that had pill veins. Xianxia found that with the growth in his strength, his alchemy technique had also improved greatly. It was no longer difficult for him to refine origin-grade mid-rank pills, and he figured that as soon as he broke through to the origin realm, he would be able to refine origin-grade high-rank pills. The artifact spirit had also just recently woken up. This was its second time awakening as Xianxia had allowed it to swallow another wisp of Sun's true fire after the first time. Counting the previous one, the artifact spirit had now devoured 3 wisps of Sun's true fire. The burning aura of the artifact spirit was now more than twice as powerful as when Xianxia first received it. While Xianxia busying himself, the artifact spirit used its power along with its artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for him, saving Xianxia some additional effort. On this day, Yang Yan brought a bunch of miscellaneous items for Xianxia to inject his space force into. Yang Kai had no complaints and did what she asked. As he was doing this, Yang Yan informed him about the developments in the situation outside. Because Qian Tong regularly sent people to deliver news, Dragon Cave Mountain was aware of the changes in the outside world. Shadow Moon Hall had issued an open invitation to all the masters of all the major forces on Shadowed Star to discuss the matter of the Emperor Garden. After some discussions, it was agreed that a group of 50 top-level Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters would attempt to approach the Emperor Garden in search of a way inside. 50 Masters set out, but only half returned. The other half had fallen. This happened almost 4 months ago. When Yang Kai heard about this, he nearly bit his tongue in surprise. After some inquiries, he learned that these 50 Masters accidentally triggered some kind of profound spirit array and were immediately suppressed by a surge in Emperor pressure, rendering them defenseless as the flourishing Jade White Hand transformed from world energy crushed them to death one by one. The half who survived had only managed to escape using profound secret techniques or by causing their precious artifacts to self-destruct to free themselves. Otherwise, they would have all been wiped out. Learning from this costly lesson, no one dared to approach the Emperor Garden again. Even a powerful lineup of 50 Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters had no way to reach the Emperor Garden, let alone others. However, the great forces did not simply give up and instead left behind some people to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden. Everyone guessed that the Emperor Garden had not yet officially opened. This guess was not without reason though, because of the flowing flame sand field's precedent. Ordinarily, the flowing flame sand field was extremely dangerous and anyone who tried to intrude would be killed. However, after it opened, Saint King Realm cultivators could enter and explore it. It was impossible to verify this hypothesis, but it had gradually been accepted by most people. The masters from the great forces naturally didn't have time to simply sit here and wait for the Emperor Garden to open as they had their own business and problems to attend to. So they simply left behind some people to monitor the situation. Unfortunately, Shadow Moon Hall suffered much hardship after this incident. They had invited all the parties to explore the Emperor Garden together, which was done out of good intentions. But suddenly, more than 20 Third-Order Masters had died, damaging nearly every great force on Shadowed Star. With no other place to vent, the blame naturally landed on Shadow Moon Hall's head. Shadow Moon Hall's good intentions had only given them trouble in this instance. If 1 or 2 great forces had accused them, they would not have cared. But with more than 20 blaming them, Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to handle things with caution. In fact, this kind of unfounded accusation was completely unjustified. Shadow Moon Hall knew it and the other great forces knew it too. But who made the Emperor Garden float above Shadow Moon Hall's territory? Everyone feared that Shadow Moon Hall would reap all the benefits due to their proximity. But no one said it out loud, instead using this incident to raise a fuss. After some arguing and bargaining, the great forces on Shadowed Star reached a consensus, which was, even if the Emperor Garden opened, the masters from Shadow Moon Hall couldn't enter it in advance and had to wait for the other great forces to arrive. Otherwise, they would face universal condemnation. Although the current situation of Shadow Moon Hall wasn't akin to walking on thin ice, it clearly wasn't in a very good situation either. After all, it had just experienced a serious internal power struggle and was in need of time to rest and recuperate, so faced with this unfair proposal, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Currently, Heavenly Fate City was completely overcrowded as the number of people left here to monitor the Emperor Garden was quite significant. All the inns in Heavenly Fate City had no open rooms, their businesses literally bursting at the seams. Even some small families in the surrounding area had begun hosting 1 or more delegations from the various great forces. Where there were more people, there were inevitably more conflicts. After all, the great forces on Shadowed Star by no means had only harmonious relationships. There were various rivalries and grievances between each of these forces. So when they all gathered, disagreements and fights naturally broke out. Almost every day, cultivators died, all while the host, Shadow Moon Hall, adopted a policy of non-interference. As long as these foreign forces didn't interfere with Shadow Moon Hall's interests, they were content to remain a neutral party. Inside his cave mansion, Yang Kai poured his space force into the strange contraptions Yang Yan brought him while listening to her update him on the situation outside, asking a question or two, which she promptly answered. As the two of them were conversing, Yang Yan's expression suddenly changed and she quickly took out a communication artifact from her space ring, sent her divine sense into it, then shot a somewhat ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. What happened? Yang Kai asked curiously. Someone is looking for you? Yang Yan smiled and said profoundly, a special friend. Special friend. Yang Kai's face turned black. There were very few people he knew on Shadowed Star and even fewer he could call friends, so Yang Yan saying someone was looking for him confused him greatly. Even after thinking about it for a moment, he could not think of anyone who would suddenly come to find him. On top of that, when Yang Yan said it was a special friend, her tone was clearly a bit strange. Who? Yang Kai did not bother guessing and simply asked. Dai Yuan. Yang Yan replied with a smile. Her. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. If it was someone else who had come, he would have unceremoniously declared that Dragon Cave Mountain was closed and refused to see them. But since it was Dai Yuan, then it was a different matter. She had given him her colored glass bead, which Yang Kai had obtained great benefit from. Additionally, Yang Kai had no idea if Colored Glass Sect had discovered any clues about the stone puppet digging a channel from Dai Yuan's peak to the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain last time, so this was an opportunity to quietly probe Dai Yuan about this matter. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and said, I'll go have a look. Saying so, he walked outside. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the entrance to Dragon Cave Mountain, took out his control token and poured his Saint Chi into it, causing a mysterious light to be emitted from it and open a large path through the protective barrier. But before Yang Kai could step outside, he heard many voices and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could Dai Yuan have come here with a group? However, when he listened to what the people outside were saying, his face sank and he quickly walked out. Currently, Dai Yuan silently stood outside Dragon Cave Mountain. If one were simply to observe her from behind, they would think she was a peerless beauty whose mere figure was enough to enchant others, making them sink into an inextricable reverie. However, once one saw her face from the front, they would not be able to associate her with the word beauty. Dai Yuan maintained the same image as before, her face filled with scars and pustules, giving her an extremely ugly appearance which she stubbornly refused to cover up. Beside her, a group of more than a dozen cultivators wearing matching robes and with various cultivations were unscrupulously showing their disgust, pointing at Dai Yuan while several women were snorting disdainfully towards her. These women were not too beautiful, but compared with Dai Yuan's face, all of them immediately appeared more attractive, causing them to feel a sense of superiority. Hey! This young master is talking to you. Are you deaf or mute, woman? The leader of this group shouted out to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan glanced over at him lightly but showed absolutely no intention of answering. This blatant disregard immediately annoyed the leader of this group and he quickly sneered, Damn woman, just speaking to you is giving you more face than you deserve. Don't think that this young master doesn't dare deal with you because you're a woman. Although you are the epitome of ugliness, you're still a woman. This young master has given you face, so don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed and a trace of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her calm. Before, if she had heard such an insult leveled against her, she would lose control and attack. This was simply because her appearance was her reverse scale. But now, after Yang Kai helped detoxify her, her appearance had been restored, and she was just using her pockmarked face as a disguise. Even if this group of people's words were unpleasant to hear, she didn't let it get to her. Senior brother Hai, don't bother speaking any nonsense with her. Just seize her directly. Clearly, she came here to find someone, so she must know the people inside. We've been waiting here for a few days now, yet the owner of this place has yet to appear. They're clearly not putting us in their eyes. Someone from the crowd called out impatiently, his face filled with eagerness to fight. Oh? And who exactly am I supposed to put in my eyes? A slightly mocking voice suddenly called out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain. As these words were spoken, the fog-like barrier split open, revealing a young man. Yang Kai? Dai Yuan wore a happy expression as she quickly called out to him. Sister Dai Yuan. Yang Kai gently nodded to her before glancing over at the other group of people standing outside and asking lightly, Are these people with you? Yuan shook her head and said softly, "They're from Sea Heart Sect." Sea Heart Sect? Never heard of it. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Although he still wasn't familiar with all the various big and small forces on Shadowed Star, he at least knew about all of the relatively powerful and influential ones, so, since he hadn't heard of the Sea Heart Sect, it showed that they weren't an important influence. On the contrary, Yuan seemed to be incredibly well informed about such matters, allowing her to see through the origins of these people from their robes alone and quietly whisper, "It's a force from the limitless ocean. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded. The limitless ocean was extremely far away from here, and if not for the Emperor Garden's sudden appearance, they would definitely not have sent representatives here. "Are you the owner of this place?" On the Sea Heart Sect's side, their leader swept his eyes over Yang Kai and with some surprise. "Yes, I'm the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. "And since you're the owner of this place, then we can talk." The cultivator saw Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't very high, only reaching the Third Order Saint King realm, and inevitably felt somewhat contemptuous, speaking with a smug, prideful look on his face. "We are Sea Heart Sect's disciples from the limitless ocean. This mountain is now requisitioned by our Sea Heart Sect. Go back inside and tell your people to clean it up and make room for us." This man wore an aloof expression, as if he was instructing his subordinates to do things, speaking without a trace of politeness. Yuan heard this and could not help wearing a strange look on her face, turning back to Yang Kai, wondering if these people regarded Yang Kai as the patriarch of the small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai also had this conjecture. Although he did not understand what was going on when he first came out, he now had a rough guess. Now that Heavenly Fate City was completely full, many foreign cultivators could not find places to lodge, and as a result, some small families nearby were becoming targets. To conveniently monitor any chances in the Emperor Garden, it was only natural to find a good location. Dragon Cave Mountain was located almost directly below the Emperor Garden, so its location was excellent and many people had set their sights on it. As a matter of fact, since a while ago, many cultivators belonging to various great forces had taken a fancy to Dragon Cave Mountain and tried to enter it, but the protective spirit array here was incredibly powerful, and seeing this, most groups had simply given up. Others knew that Dragon Cave Mountain's owner was a young man capable of killing origin-returning realm masters and who had a good relationship with Qian Tong, so they naturally steered clear. However, Sea Heart Sect was based on the limitless ocean, so it was inevitable that they did not know such local information. Dragon Cave Mountain had many internal secrets and was constantly shrouded by various powerful spirit arrays. So not to mention Sea Heart Sect, even if representatives of Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came, Yang Kai would not give this place up. On top of that, these people had come forward and declared that this place was now theirs, as if letting them living in Dragon Cave Mountain was an honor that couldn't be refused, a fact that Yang Kai found both funny and infuriating. Requisitioning Dragon Cave Mountain for themselves. This Sea Heart Sect's tone was simply higher than the heavens. Understanding all this, Yang Kai's eyes turned slightly before he let out a chuckle and cupped his fists. "So these friends are from Sea Heart Sect. This one has long admired your sect's resounding name." This flattering comment caused this group of Sea Heart Sect disciples' pride to inflate even further, thinking that their sect's reputation was so great that it had even spread all the way to Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Their leader puffed up his chest proudly as he glanced back confidently at his junior brothers and junior sisters before turning to Yang Kai and saying with a smile, "There's no need to act so polite. Since you know we are from Sea Heart Sect, quickly prepare a proper place for us to stay. For the dozen or so of us here, it matters not, but when our martial uncle arrives you must serve him well. Martial uncle's temper is a bit poor, so if you cannot satisfy him, you should know the consequences." Saying so, the threatening tone this man used was quite strong, as if providing insufficient entertainment would result in disaster for Dragon Cave Mountain. "Oh? Your sect's senior is not here yet." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Naturally, Martial Uncle is currently resting in Heavenly Fate City and has sent us out to find a more permanent place to stay. Since we have now found such a place though, I will send word to him." Saying so, the lead cultivator took out his own sect's communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Yang Kai didn't make any attempt to stop this man, instead just looking on with a smile. After waiting for this man to put away the communication artifact, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and began speaking. It's not a problem to host your honored sect here. Dragon Cave Mountain has many spare lofts, beautiful scenery, and rich world energy, so it should meet your requirements. Heh. From the looks of it, your little hill does have a good world energy aura. Why else would you think we decided to wait here for a few days? The leading cultivator shook his head for a while before boldly declaring, with the strength of our Sea Heart sect, any small family nearby would definitely welcome us to stay with them. And, little brat, your luck is quite good, although my martial uncle's temper is somewhat bad. He is also quite generous. If you can please him during our stay here, you will receive plenty of benefits. Is that so? Yang Kai replied in an excited and overjoyed voice, asking quickly. Then seeing how you've traveled so far, why not let little brother here prepare a grand banquet for you all to help you recover from your fatigue? Good. Seems you know what you should do. It does not matter to us whether you arrange anything, but be sure to not disappoint Martial Uncle. His taste is very refined, so if what you serve displeases him, there will be consequences. Seeing how using his Martial Uncle's name was so effective, this cultivator immediately began making veiled threats and demands as such. Yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yes. Dare I ask this friend, does your honored senior have any other interests or preferences? Other interests? The Sea Heart sect cultivator raised his brow and smiled knowingly. You mean, heh. Yang Kai laughed meaningfully, as if he was a master of flattery and groveling. Standing off to the side, Dai Yuan watched this whole scene in dumbfounded silence. She had never known that Yang Kai had such a side. She knew Yang Kai was mocking these people, but the other party was clearly unaware and only thought he was cowering before them, making for quite a funny dynamic. Good. Boy, you're quite thoughtful. The lead cultivator laughed, leaning in and whispering a few frivolous words to him. Yang Kai raised his brow and nodded firmly. All right, such a matter is easy to handle. Dragon Cave Mountain may not have much to offer, but we do have many beautiful women. As soon as he spoke these words, the male Sea Heart sect disciples showed joyful looks, their leader nodding. Very good, but before allowing Martial Uncle to see them, I should first inspect these women of yours so as to avoid disappointing him. Very good. Yang Kai thumped his chest before quickly grabbing Dai Yuan's arm and pulling her over. Please take a look, friend. How about this girl? Dai Yuan's face immediately filled with shame and anger as she shot a vicious look towards Yang Kai. Although she did not hear what Yang Kai and this man had been whispering just now, seeing the loose look on both of their faces, how could she not understand what they were discussing? Although she had now truly restored her stunningly beautiful appearance, she was still annoyed at being pulled into this farce by Yang Kai. All of the Sea Heart sect cultivators froze up as they stared at Dai Yuan, the smile on their leader's face quickly collapsing as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Boy, what kind of joke are you making? Can that thing even be counted as a woman? Dai Yuan's pretty face grew colder. I'm not joking at all. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This young lady possesses peerless grace and talent. A true heaven-blessed beauty, can't you see? Hearing this, Dai Yuan's eyes revealed even more anger, but on the contrary, her heart filled with happiness. Others didn't know her true face hidden behind her ugly visage, but Yang Kai was perfectly clear about it. So when he spoke these words, he had done so in a completely heartfelt manner, the smile on his face filled with sincerity. You don't have any other women here? The lead Sea Heart sect cultivator asked hesitantly. We do have some, but they're a bit inferior to her. Yang Kai shook his head. The Sea Heart sect disciples froze up, their leader now feeling that something was wrong, his expression turning gloomy as he snapped, Little brat, are you serious? Do I look like I'm being serious? Yang Kai's mouth curled up into a grin as he stared back at this man. Realizing that Yang Kai had been mocking him all along, with all the previous flattery and worship nothing but a show, this man roared angrily, Boy, you court death. Saying so, he grabbed towards Yang Kai ruthlessly. This man's cultivation was also at the Third Order Saint King realm, and he was an elite disciple of Sea-Heart sect, so he did not put someone like Yang Kai in his eyes. As he grabbed towards Yang Kai, Saint Chi condensed on this man's palm, causing the surrounding world energy to twist fiercely and transform into a giant blue palm that was seemingly condensed from pure water. Sea-Heart sect was based on the limitless ocean, so its disciples naturally cultivated water attributes, secret arts, and martial skills, taking advantage of their geographical location to obtain twice the results with half the effort. This giant blue palm of water covered Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in an instant. But in the next instant, a golden radiance suddenly flashed, seemingly cutting through the sky, and, in the blink of an eye, the giant blue palm burst apart, as if it were a fragile bubble. The lead Sea-Heart sect cultivator was overwhelmed and unconsciously shouted in alarm as he pushed his divine sense to activate an artifact. The moment they clashed, this man found that Yang Kai was a little different from other Saint King realm cultivators he had dealt with before, and he quickly put away his contempt and urged the power of his artifact. Suddenly, the golden light which had just appeared condensed into a thread and shot towards him. This man's reaction was not slow. Waving his hand, he sent out a burst of energy to intercept the golden thread. But unfortunately for him, this thread seemed to have a mind of its own and easily avoided all his attacks before swiftly winding itself around him. Feeling a deadly threat from this golden thread, the cultivator's forehead instantly oozed cold sweat, and he did not dare to move, simply screaming out, "Stop!" The Sea-Heart sect disciples behind him, who were about to attack, hurriedly withdrew their Saint Chi when they heard this shout, all of them staring blankly at the scene in front of them. This senior brother Hai was the strongest Saint King in Sea-Heart sect. Normally, when sparring with his fellow sect brothers and sisters, no one was his opponent. The sect master and elders all lavishly praised him, while his juniors worshipped him with great respect. But now, a young cultivator in the same realm from some small hill had easily managed to subdue their senior brother Haijin. The other Sea-Heart sect disciples stared at this scene in disbelief but quickly found that they were not seeing things. Their awe-inspiring senior brother Hai had indeed been entangled by some kind of golden thread. His life was no longer even his to control. With Yang Kai's current methods, handling a cultivator in the same realm was as easy as waving his hand. With a slight snort, Yang Kai brought the captured Haijin before him, raised his hand, and slapped him across the face. Pa! A crisp slapping sound rang out as Haijin's face twisted to the side and a mouthful of blood and some broken teeth flew out, his cheeks also visibly swelling up. Seemingly stunned by this slap, it took quite a while before Haijin recovered from his daze. Yang Kai waved his hand, as if he were disgusted at being made to touch something unclean, as he stared at Haijin lightly and asked, "Do you know why I slapped you?" Haijin shook his head subconsciously. Pa! Another resounding slap rang out, causing Haijin's cheeks to swell further. Yang Kai snorted louder and declared, "Because you had eyes but failed to see." Haijin suddenly recovered and began nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes, this Hai had eyes but failed to see and offended your excellency. Please show mercy, your excellency." Heh heh. Yang Kai chuckled lightly before lifting his hand and slapping Haijin again, his expression remaining completely indifferent as he snapped, "Wrong, try again." After 3 slaps, even though Yang Kai hadn't used extreme measures, Haijin still felt dizzy, his eyes seeing stars, and his nose and mouth were dripping blood as he shouted, "This Hai did not know his place and coveted your excellency's property." "Wrong." Yang Kai slapped him again. By now, the dozen or so Sea-Heart sect disciples were completely dumbfounded while Haijin felt dead inside. Yang Kai said he had eyes but failed to see, so his first thoughts were obviously about the 2 issues he had just mentioned, but the only response to his apology was another slap. Regardless of how he thought, he could not think of what other mistake he had made while this whole time he was being helplessly suppressed by Yang Kai's golden thread. Worse, this disgraceful scene was playing out right in front of his junior brothers and junior sisters' eyes. After this was over, what face would he have left in Sea-Heart sect? As his thoughts churned quickly, whether by luck or coincidence, Haijin's wits finally kicked in and he quickly shot a glance over towards Dai Yuan as he shouted. This Hai's eyes were blind and were unable to see this young lady's heaven-defying beauty and grace, When Dai Yuan heard this, her face inevitably turned slightly red. Although the other party wholeheartedly did not believe the words he just spoke, it still made her feel somewhat bashful. Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. Good, good. Seems your two eyes aren't completely useless after all. If they had failed to see again, I would have had to dig them out. Haijin dripped cold sweat. Although he felt so disgusted he wanted to die, he still vigorously praised Dai Yuan as a world-destroying beauty, as if her ugly pockmarked face was the most radiant countenance he had ever seen, weaving words of adulation most would find difficult to even conceive of. Listening to all these, even Yang Kai felt his skin crawl slightly. Yang Kai! Dai Yuan stomped her feet, unable to bear this situation any longer. Although she knew Yang Kai was just looking for excuses to punish this man, hearing all this false praise was quite awkward for her. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded. But just as he was about to release Haijin, he suddenly frowned and turned his eyes towards the sky. In the direction he was staring, a streak of light was quickly approaching this place. Before this person arrived, their divine sense swept the area, and after seeing what was happening, a great shout rang out. Who dares to shame my disciple? This voice was filled with anger, and a trace of force even impacted Yang Kai's knowledge sea when he heard it. Yang Kai just coldly snorted, condensing his spiritual energy to offset this shockwave. Hearing this voice, Haijin, who was still entangled by the golden thread, was overjoyed and shouted, Martial uncle, save me. From this cry, Yang Kai immediately understood that the person approaching must be the origin returning realm elder from Sea Heart sect he had been hearing about. Heavenly Fate City was only a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, so with a message being sent a short time ago, it was not strange for this master to arrive so quickly. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. In fact, he had been waiting for this origin returning realm master to arrive so he could settle this issue once and for all. Staring in the direction of the approaching man, a strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he condensed an invisible blade of spiritual energy from his knowledge sea and shot it towards the other side. Since the other party wanted to use their divine sense to attack him, Yang Kai naturally felt it rude to not return the gesture. The streak of light which was rapidly approaching suddenly staggered and a low shout rang. Trembling slightly, the light streak surrounding the approaching master trembled and seemed on the verge of collapsing. Although the one who was coming was a first-order origin returning realm master, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, he had still suffered a small loss and now had a suspicious look on his face, no longer rampantly approaching Dragon Cave Mountain but instead doing so vigilantly. He had just received a message from one of his sect's disciples that they had found a good place to stay and the owner had submissively welcomed them. He had just thought it was a small family and had flown over with great interest, but the sight which greeted him was an embarrassing scene. In the blink of an eye, the origin returning realm master from Sea Heart sect arrived at Dragon Cave Mountain and revealed his figure. Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this man gave off a powerful image, if not an imposing one. He had a sturdy build and long red hair, accompanied by a somewhat flat nose and concave eyes. This man had a fierce and somewhat malicious look about him overall. Sweeping his eyes over the scene in front of him, this newcomer's eyes shrank, and anger filled his heart. Although strong dragons don't challenge local snakes, his Sea Heart sect was considered a strong force on Shadowed Star, so, after traveling so far just to witness his disciple in such a miserable state, he immediately questioned angrily, Boy, what's the meaning of this? When he said this, he stared straight at Yang Kai, a cold, coercive light flashing across his eyes. Although he had suffered a small loss just now, when he discovered Yang Kai's true cultivation, he was not afraid, subconsciously believing this boy had used something like a powerful artifact to achieve the last strike he made. With his origin realm cultivation, dealing with a mere Saint King was child's play. All he needed to do was use his sure to suppress the other party. What do you mean? Yang Kai grinned at him, seemingly not caring in the slightest about his coercion, remaining calm and relaxed. Why did you attack my disciple? The red-haired cultivator asked sharply. Why? Yang Kai smiled lightly and glanced over at Haijin, whose face was black and blue, swollen all over. Your Excellency, Why not just ask your disciple to explain? The red-haired cultivator frowned before glaring fiercely at his disciple, quickly snapping, "Tell me what the hell happened here. If you were the one who wronged him first, don't blame this old master for not involving himself. However, if it was others who first shamed you, although my sea heart sex base is in the limitless ocean, we are not some soft persimmon that anyone can pinch." These words were spoken quite meaningfully, and when Haijin heard them, his eyes quickly lit up and he immediately wore a despondent expression, leaking tears and snot as he cried out, "Martial uncle must see. We were simply following your instructions to find a suitable place to lodge when we came across this place. I wanted to have a polite discussion with the owner of this place to negotiate an appropriate price to rent some rooms here. But how could I have known these people would act so unreasonably?" Without any provocation, he suddenly attacked. Caught off guard, disciple was captured by this scoundrel and then humiliated by him, forced to speak words contrary to my beliefs and convictions, causing me such great shame I can only wish for death. I beg martial uncle to seek justice for me. Yang Kai stared at Haijin in amazement, discovering for the first time that this man really had no sense of shame. With his miserable appearance and the forlorn tone he cried out in, it was as if he had suffered unimaginable shame and torment. Although Yang Kai was angered by this farce, his expression remained calm and only a light sneer appeared on his face. The red-haired old man heard this and the cold light in his eyes became more profound, asking in the next moment, "Did you inform him you were all disciples of Sea Heart sect?" "Yes," disciple made sure to state our origins. "But he didn't put our Sea Heart sect in his eyes at all," Haijin replied with a sad face, continuing to speak a stream of slander and embellishment, thinking that now that his martial uncle was here, he was perfectly safe. "Great!" The red-haired old man took a deep breath before suddenly turning his eyes to Yang Kai, questioning aggressively, "Little brat, do you have anything to say?" "Naturally not." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat strange. "Your Sea Heart sect's secret arts and martial skills don't seem to be worth much, but your ability to speak nonsense and reverse black and white is truly impressive. Little brat, you dare to insult my Sea Heart sect?" The red-haired old man was infuriated and almost could not stop himself from immediately attacking. Although he understood that any force which was situated so close to Heavenly Fate City must have some connection to Shadow Moon Hall, with the latter being suppressed on all sides by Shadowed Star's great forces, he figured that if he taught this boy a lesson, it wouldn't raise any fuss. According to his estimations, Shadow Moon Hall would not make things difficult for his Sea Heart sect for a few unimportant people. Even if he used this opportunity to seize this Dragon Cave Mountain, presumably Shadow Moon Hall would remain silent. Bringing contempt upon oneself yet trying to blame others? Yang Kai coldly snorted as he turned to stare at Haijin and said, "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" "Ah!" Haijin noticed murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes and his expression changed dramatically. "Little brat, you dare?" The red-haired old man also felt something was wrong and quickly released his shirt to envelop Yang Kai, trying to limit his movements and save his disciple. Yang Kai simply shot this old man a contemptuous glance before clenching his fist, causing his golden thread to flicker and a faint slicing noise to ring out. His actions as swift as the wind, not affected by the red-haired old man's shirt at all. Demon Blood Temple's secret technique could cut through shirt, so the golden blood used by Yang Kai, which was a more powerful variant, naturally had such ability as well. How could the red-haired old man possibly hinder it? The golden thread cut into Haijin's body a dozen times in an instant, after which Yang Kai withdrew it, allowing Haijin to stand on his own in a daze, unable to figure out what had just happened. However, in the next moment, his face changed dramatically as he looked down at his body and found thin lines of blood flowing out from all over it. This blood continued flowing out steadily until all of a sudden it burst forth like a fountain. With a clatter, as if a mirror had been broken, Haijin collapsed to the ground in dozens of pieces of minced meat. A bloody smell filled the air, and witnessing this horrifying scene caused the dozen or so other Sea Heart sect disciples to go pale, with a few of the more timid women turning away and vomiting. The red-haired old man's eyes instantly bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. It seemed he had never imagined this little brat would act so decisively and ruthlessly. As for Xianxia, at first he didn't intend on killing these people, only wanting to teach them a harsh lesson to deter others from having ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain. But the way the situation developed, with Haizhen and this red-haired old man so blatantly confusing right and wrong, Xianxia's murderous intent had been roused. As such, Xianxia could not be bothered trying to negotiate a settlement here. A trivial force from the limitless ocean was nothing he needed to take seriously. After the tragic death of Haizhen, the red-haired old man was naturally livid, his fiery hair blowing outwards despite there being no wind as his murderous intent soared to the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he called out menacingly, "Little brat, this old master will make you pay for this in blood." The one who died just now was Heartsek's top disciple, making the loss quite significant. This red-haired old man had been ordered to remain near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, and Haizhen had been left in his care, so the latter could gain some life experience here. However, before being able to accomplish anything significant, Haizhen had been tragically killed. After returning to the sect, this old man would suffer severe punishment. After all, Haizhen was a direct descendant of the sect's great elder. Daring to act dissolute in my Dragon Cave Mountain? None of you will leave here alive. Xianxia's expression became stern as murderous intent burst from his body. Killing one or killing a dozen made no difference to him, but the deterrent from killing everyone here would clearly be stronger, making it less likely others would try to requisition Dragon Cave Mountain in the future. "Oh, it's so lively here." Just as Xianxia and the red-haired old man were about to act, a voice filled with surprise called out from afar, and soon after two streams of light quickly appeared on the horizon. At the same time, two powerful divine senses belonging to origin-returning realm masters swept the area. Realizing the strength of the approaching party, the red-haired old man's expression became gloomy and he glanced over. Xianxia raised his brow, revealing a surprised but somewhat understanding look. Senior brother Yang seems to be fighting with someone." After the first voice called out, a second, melodious female voice followed up. "And Senior brother noticed, but I really wonder which blind fool actually dared come to provoke Dragon Cave Mountain." "Too interesting," the male voice quipped, seemingly taking pleasure in another's misfortune. The red-haired man heard this and could not help feeling his heart clench. Was there some reason this Dragon Cave Mountain should not be provoked? Wasn't this place just some small family force attached to Shadow Moon Hall? The red-haired old man frowned. He was no fool, though, so he immediately withdrew his murderous intent while putting on a solemn expression. A moment later, the two streams of light had flown over, and as their glow faded, two figures appeared. One of these figures was an imposing and heroic-looking young man with sharp eyes. Being stared at by this young man, the red-haired old man could not help feeling chills shoot up his spine, causing the unease in his heart to grow stronger. Beside this young man was a beautiful young woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, the two of them looking very intimate. Obviously, these two shared an uncommon relationship. After the newly arrived young woman's pair of beautiful eyes looked around, she revealed a curious look. Upon seeing Dai Yuan standing behind Xianxia, though, this young woman called out in pleasant surprise, "Big sister Dai Yuan, you're here too." "Xian'er." Dai Yuan returned the smile. "Brother Wei." Xianxia laughed as he cupped his fists to the young man. The ones who had come were amongst the few friends Xianxia had made on Shadowed Star. They were Shadow Moon Hall's top disciples, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er. "Brother Yang, long time no see," Wei Guchang replied spiritedly. It's been a few years since we last met, but I didn't expect Brother Wei and Sister Dong would already have broken through to the origin-returning realm." "Congratulations," Xianxia sincerely said. After returning from the Flowing Flame sand field last time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er had entered secluded retreat in order to prepare to break through to the origin-returning realm. Now that Xianxia was meeting them again, it was obvious these two had successfully arrived at the realm. And from the momentum and St. Chi fluctuations being emitted by these two, their cultivations had obviously been completely consolidated, otherwise they would not have come out from Shadow Moon Hall like this. Dai Yuan had also told Yang Kai she would be entering secluded retreat to prepare for her own breakthrough to the origin realm. But for some reason, she had now appeared here. Recalling this, Yang Kai shot a glance over towards Dai Yuan, but found that she was simply holding hands with Dong Xianer and chatting intimately. Because they were whispering, he wasn't able to hear what they were saying. Dai Yuan's face was clearly blushing as Dong Xianer smiled brightly and cast her eyes towards Yang Kai. All of them, however, were completely ignoring the red-haired old man and the other Sea Heart sect disciples as if they were nothing but air. Receiving such treatment, the red-haired old man naturally became livid. But after observing Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer for a while and recalling how Yang Kai had addressed these two, his complexion changed slightly and he solemnly cupped his fists. May I be so bold as to ask, is Your Excellency Shadow Moon Hall's Wei Guchang? Hearing this, Wei Guchang glanced over and nodded lightly. It is this way. What advice does Senior have? Although in terms of age, Wei Guchang was much younger than the red-haired old man. Because their cultivations were the same, he didn't need to act too polite, so he only responded flatly. I wouldn't dare. The red-haired old man was stunned. Wei Guchang might have only recently broken through to the origin returning realm, but if one were to ignore that, his name had become famous across Shadowed Star. With Wei Guchang's aptitude and talent, he would no doubt become one of the dominant characters of Shadowed Star in the future. Offending him now would definitely lead to trouble in the future. After determining that the young man he was dealing with was Wei Guchang, how could the red-haired old man dare act dissolute? Just from the previous chatter he witnessed, the red-haired old man could tell that Wei Guchang and this boy who owned Dragon Cave Mountain were quite close. Realizing this, the red-haired old man knew it was impossible for him to avenge his disciple's death. But simply choking down this insult made him incredibly uncomfortable, not to mention the damage that withdrawing here would cause to Sea Heart Sect's dignity. For a moment, the old man hesitated, uncertain of how he should proceed. At the same time, he was violently cursing to himself. If not for Haijin having eyes but failing to see and provoking such a person, how could he have been put in this awkward situation? If the one who had killed Haijin was from some small family force, the old man wouldn't have any scruples in killing the offender. But now, there was essentially no hope for revenge, and whether he himself could withdraw from this situation unharmed was no longer in his hands. Brother Yang, what happened here? Why are there so many people gathered around? Wei Guchang asked. Is there going to be a fight? This Wei just broke through recently and hasn't had an opportunity to test out his new strength. If you have such an opportunity available, why not allow me to take it? Wei Guchang's remarks only caused the red-haired old man's expression to become uglier. Ha. Yang Kai laughed. It's no big deal. Just some people coming here to requisition my Dragon Cave Mountain. Requisition? Wei Guchang raised his brow, a deep sneer appearing on his face. Such boldness. Who are these people who want to take over this treasured land? I think they should first ask this Wei for his opinion. Saying so, Wei Guchang turned his eyes to glare at the red-haired old man, making no effort to hide his malicious intent. The red-haired old man was startled by how rapidly the situation was deteriorating, but understanding what needed to be done, he quickly cupped his fists and said, Nephew Wei misunderstands. This old man's disciple simply misspoke before. There are no problems here. Everything is just a misunderstanding. This old man knew when to advance and when to retreat, speaking such words without any sign of distress or resentment on his face. It was as if he didn't care at all that his sect's top disciple had just been killed in front of him. A misunderstanding? Wei Guchang, however, wasn't prepared to just let things end here and swiftly pointed to the broken corpse on the ground. This misunderstanding seems to be a bit big. How else could someone have died here? The red-haired old man's eyes shrank and his face began twitching slightly as he said, Nephew Wei may rest assured that blind fool's death isn't worth pitying. This old master will have his disciples clean up this place so as not to stain this treasured land. Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed as he stared at the red-haired old man, and only after a long silence did he chuckle and turn back to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, what do you think? Since it's all a misunderstanding, there's no need to take things any further. However, such a misunderstanding better not happen again, otherwise, there might be undesirable consequences. Yang Kai stared at the red-haired old man with a smile. This old master will take your excellency's words to heart and properly educate his disciples in the future. The red-haired old man nodded. Seeing Wei Guchang and Yang Kai not show any intentions of further discussion, the old man instructed his disciples to clean up Hai Zhan's remains before all of them cupped their fists and departed quickly. Looking at this group's disappearing backs, Wei Guchang frowned and muttered, "Brother Yang, be careful of this fox. Someone capable of enduring such humiliation will not give up so easily." "I know. I'll deal with it when the time comes." Yang Kai grinned, not caring about this incident in the slightest. This Wei didn't intend to stop Brother Yang from acting just now, but you should know Shadow Moon Hall's current situation. If some people were to use the conflict that sparked here as an excuse to make trouble for Shadow Moon Hall. "I know. Brother Wei doesn't need to worry." Yang Kai certainly understood what he meant. In fact, if Wei Guchang hadn't arrived just now, Yang Kai would have certainly slaughtered everyone from Sea Heart Sect, even if he knew doing so would cause problems for Shadow Moon Hall. Any small conflict right now would certainly be blown up into a big conflict with all the great forces around engaging in shadowy intrigue. But since Wei Guchang had come and inserted himself into the matter, Yang Kai had to sell him some face. "Enough about this. Please come in first." Yang Kai chuckled, waving his hand to open a channel in Dragon Cave Mountain's barrier before leading Wei Guchang and the others inside. As soon as they stepped inside and felt the rich world energy aura around them, Wei Guchang could not help taking a deep breath and praised liberally, "Brother Yang, your Dragon Cave Mountain is truly an amazing place. The world energy concentration here is so high that it's comparable to best locations in Shadow Moon Hall atop the Earth Vein intersections. Brother Wei is too polite. Dragon Cave Mountain's territory and population are so small. How can they be compared with Shadow Moon Hall? The aura here is just right for helping a few dozen people cultivate. The scenery here is also good. Senior brother and I often talk about coming here to relax for a few days. I don't know if Brother Yang would welcome us, though." Dong Shenner pursed her lips and smiled. "Ha ha." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Was that a subtle hint from Sister Shenner? If you were to come, how could I reject you? Dragon Cave Mountain's doors will always be open to you." Dong Shenner heard this and her pretty face couldn't help blushing slightly, spitting out her tongue playfully to cover her embarrassment in the next moment. Just as Dong Shenner was feeling slightly awkward, she suddenly saw something and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Wei Guchang also spotted this strange phenomenon and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, you actually have a sapient tree here?" What they saw was obviously the Yang attribute divine tree. The divine tree had been living on Dragon Cave Mountain since Yang Kai brought it out from his black book space. And although it didn't possess traditional limbs, moving about wasn't an issue for it. As a result, sometimes it would migrate from place to place, taking root in different locations to enjoy different sceneries. Using its roots as legs, the divine tree was able to walk around at a moderate pace and was currently in the middle moving. On the thick trunk of the divine tree, there was a withered face, and although it was quite a weathered, old-looking face, its features were very distinct. This was a clear sign it had gained a high degree of sapience. Seemingly hearing these voices, the divine tree paused and looked over, rustling its leaves for a moment before extending two branches from its canopy over to Dong Shenner and Dai Yuan. Held by these branches was a golden yellow fruit that gave off a lovely fragrance. The old face on the divine tree's trunk smiled amiably as it offered these gifts. "This?" Dong Shenner and Dai Yuan glanced at each other, both showing surprised looks, but soon reached out and accepted these fruits and offered their thanks. Yang Kai was also extremely surprised by this scene. It was the first time he saw the divine tree doing such a thing, and while he was shocked inside, he was also extremely happy. It seemed the divine tree's sapience was becoming more and more complete, which in turn indicated its evolution was going well. After the divine tree sent out these two fruits, it continued its walk by slowly moving its roots forward. Wei Guchang failed to stifle his laughter as he commented, "This sapient tree actually discriminates between men and women? Why do these two get a gift but I don't?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone burst into laughter. In the end, this was just a minor interlude. Although the divine tree's fruits weren't anything special, Since it was the first time Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan had received a gift like this, they naturally treasured it. Yang Kai soon shook his head and continued leading this group of people forward. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain, the Sea Heart sect group, led by the red-haired old man, all wore extremely gloomy looks on their faces. They had thought that with the arrival of their martial uncle, they would be able to avenge the death of Hai Zhen. But things had turned out far differently from their expectations. Suffering such humiliation, all of them were naturally quite unhappy, and the atmosphere around them was clearly quite depressing. Suddenly, another origin-returning realm master appeared in front of them, rousing the red-haired old man's anger. He had humbled himself in front of Wei Guchong, not daring to act presumptuous. But how could he not be upset now that someone dared block his path all of a sudden without so much as a word? If he hadn't noticed that this newcomer had no malicious intent, the red-haired old man might have directly attacked in his anger. What important matter does this friend have to go so far as to bar our way? The red-haired old man forcefully held down his anger and asked in a cold tone, "Please be at ease, Brother Cui. I'm a friend, not an enemy." The man smiled slightly. "You know my origins?" The red-haired old man heard this newcomer address him by his surname and could not help becoming somewhat vigilant. Although Sea Heart sect is situated far away on the limitless ocean, it is not a weak sect, so this one has heard a thing or two about it. On top of that, in Sea Heart sect, there is only one elder with fiery red hair, so naturally I knew you were Brother Cui. The cultivator in front of the Sea Heart sect group explained in a calm and relaxed manner. After hearing such compliments, the red-haired old man's look eased, but he did not relax his guard and continued to ask, "And who are you?" "My surname is Xie." The man smiled profoundly. "Surnamed Xie? What business do you have with me?" The red-haired old man frowned. The cultivator surnamed Xie's brow wrinkled slightly, but after thinking about it for a moment, he tentatively asked, "Brother Cui has traveled far to come here. How many days has it been since you arrived?" "It's only been 3 days. But what does that have to do with you?" The red-haired old man was confused by the seemingly erratic line of questioning the other party was following. This man was not explaining himself clearly, or even giving his full name, making him seem all the more suspicious. This, in turn, caused the red-haired old man to become somewhat impatient. "So that's how it is." Presumably, Brother Cui didn't carefully investigate the various forces located around Heavenly Fate City yet. Yes, the cultivator surnamed Xie seemed to understand something and smiled lightly. The red-haired old man coldly snorted. "What of it? Speak clearly, damn it." The man surnamed Xie chuckled. "Please forgive me, Brother Cui, but it now makes sense why your disciples actually went and pulled the tiger's whiskers atop Dragon Cave Mountain." "Pulled the tiger's whiskers?" The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. "Atop that small hill? Are they worthy?" The man surnamed Xie said lightly, "If this Xie told Brother Cui that the owner of that hill has a close relationship with Elder Qiantong, is rumored to have ties to City Lord Fei Ji too, and killed a First-Order Origin Realm cultivator with his own hands, would Brother Cui continue looking down on him?" "What?" The red-haired old man suddenly paled, his expression becoming somewhat hesitant as he muttered, "Are you serious? This Xie doesn't need to lie to you. Even so, that brat killed my sect's top disciple. He must pay for this with his own blood." The red-haired old man tried to put up a strong front while secretly feeling anxious inside. Although the information this man surnamed Xie just gave him was very worrying, there was no way for him to not seek revenge with things having reached this point. If he could not achieve this, there was no way he could return to Sea Heart sect. "Ha! This Xie was hoping Brother Cui would have such sentiment." The man surnamed Xie laughed as a sharp glow flashed across his eyes. "I'll be honest with Brother Cui. The Origin Realm Master who died at that brat's hands was from my Xie family, so we have an absolutely irreconcilable grudge with that brat." "Oh!" The red-haired old man raised his brow in surprise, seemingly understanding something all of a sudden as he swept his eyes over the cultivator in front of him and hesitantly asked, "In Shadow Moon Hall, there is a deacon named Xieli. Could your excellency be—" "Xieli is my cousin." The man surnamed Xie smiled lightly. Hearing this, The red-haired old man was overjoyed and did not dare continue acting in a standoff manner, cupping his fists politely and bowing. So it is Brother Xie. This Chui has been disrespectful. Pay it no mind. The cultivator surnamed Xie waved his hand carelessly, continuing intimately. Might I assume Brother Chui has been tasked with monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden along with your disciples and is currently searching for a place to stay nearby? If so, why not come to my Xie family's residence? Although my Xie family is not a big family, we still have plenty of well-tended courtyards that I'm sure we can make available. That sounds great. Then we'll be imposing on your honored family. The red-haired old man smiled happily. He had been worried that he would not be able to find a good place to settle down nearby, but now someone had actually come to invite him into their home. On top of that, it seemed that this new host of his had a profound resentment with the boy who owned Dragon Cave Mountain. As someone who shared a common enemy, it was natural for this man surnamed Xie to reach out to them. After all, the enemy of one's enemy was their friend. Although the red-haired old man also understood that this man surnamed Xie was trying to take advantage of them, he did not particularly care. Brother Chui is too polite. You and your disciples are more than welcome at my Xie family. Let us talk while we walk. This one has always been interested in visiting the limitless ocean but has never had a chance to go. Perhaps Brother Chui has some interesting stories he could tell. The cultivator surnamed Xie invited. Please. The red-haired old man politely nodded before leading the dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples towards the Xie family residence. The man surnamed Xie was quite an elegant speaker and chatted fluidly with the red-haired old man along the way, weaving a web of stirring stories while expressing just the right amount of interest and longing for the scenes of the limitless ocean, immediately making the red-haired old man open up to him as if they were old friends. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man started to inquire about Xianxia. After learning that he truly had Qian Tong's backing, his face could not help becoming slightly gloomy. If this was really the case, the difficulty of seeking revenge definitely wouldn't be small. Moreover, the Xie family was also a peripheral force related to Shadow Moon Hall. Would blatantly acting hostile towards the Dragon Cave Mountain be an issue as well? Seemingly realizing the concerns in this red-haired old man's heart, the cultivator surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall had decided to not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This news greatly heartened the red-haired old man, and he felt that deciding to go to the Xie family was the right decision more and more. As long as Shadow Moon Hall didn't interfere with the Xie family and his Sea Heart sect's strengths combined, wouldn't it be easy to destroy a small hill? Thinking this way, the red-haired old man could almost imagine the scene of him shredding Xianxia's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, on Dragon Cave Mountain, inside a relatively large loft, Xianxia welcomed Wei Guchang and the others. After everyone had taken their seats, Wu Yi personally brought out a few plates of spirit fruits and served them fragrant tea before respectfully withdrawing. Brother Yang, please accept this Wei and Xian'er's sincerest gratitude. To Xianxia's surprise, Wei Guchang suddenly stood up again and bowed deeply to him along with Dong Xian'er. Brother Wei, what is this for? Xianxia was stunned and quickly got up to hold them up. Wei Guchang grinned. This Wei has lived his entire life never humbling himself to anyone from Shadowed Star's younger generation. Even Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong are not worthy of having this Wei bow. Brother Yang, you are the first and the only one I sincerely admire. Xianxia frowned for a moment but quickly understood why Wei Guchang was acting so solemnly here and hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Wei need not do this. Rescuing Elder Qian recently had little to do with me. The specific process must have been explained to you by Elder Qian, so you should know I simply followed City Lord Fei around the Emperor Garden. In the end, if City Lord Fei and the others had not accidentally triggered that ancient restriction, perhaps I would still be trapped back there. Perhaps, but I know for a fact that if not for Brother Yang, Kai He and Du Cc would definitely have died inside that place. If those two had fallen inside the Emperor Garden, their families would resent my Shadow Moon Hall so, regardless of anything else, I and Xian'er should thank you. Hearing him go this far, Xianxia did not try to argue any more as doing so would only make him appear insincere. On the other hand, when Dai Yuan heard this conversation, she could not help turning a surprised look towards Xianxia. seemingly never having expected him to have already entered the Emperor Garden. I only regret that Xianxia and I were both consolidating our cultivation at that time and were unaware of the outside situation. If not for us accidentally hearing some people gossiping about this matter after we went out, we might still have been ignorant of these events. Wei Guchang's face flashed a low-spirited look. Although he was not Qian Tong's direct disciple, but rather the sect master's, after so many years of receiving his favor, Qian Tong held no less weight in Wei Guchang's heart. Learning that Qian Tong had fallen into danger yet knowing he had not done anything to help made Wei Guchang feel a deep sense of guilt every time he thought about it. The seniors of Shadow Moon Hall were only acting out of concern for both of you. So soon after you two broke through to the origin returning realm, before you even had time to consolidate your cultivations, how could they possibly tell you such news and risk disturbing your state of mind? Enough about this though, Brother Wei. Might I ask why you've come to visit all of a sudden? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject when he noticed the atmosphere turning gloomy. It's nothing important really. We're just here to deliver an invitation. Wei Guchang chuckled as he nodded to Dong Xianxia. The latter understood and quickly withdrew a golden invitation from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. An invitation, you say? Could it be an invitation to Brother Wei and Sister Xianxia's most important celebration? Yang Kai chuckled as he asked meaningfully. Dong Xianxia immediately blushed brightly, spat out her tongue, and ran over to Dai Yuan's side, seemingly too embarrassed to continue this conversation. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, wore a big grin and said, "Unfortunately not, but there will certainly be a chance in the future. When that day comes, Brother Yang will, of course, receive an invitation. The invitation we're here to deliver today still isn't something an ordinary person can obtain, mind you." Yang Kai raised his brow slightly and looked down only to mutter in surprise, "Treasure Trove Pavilion? Yes, it is an invitation from Treasure Trove Pavilion." Wei Guchang returned to his seat and took a sip of the fragrant tea before slowly explaining, "This invitation is to Treasure Trove Pavilion's upcoming auction. Does Brother Yang have any interest in participating?" Yang Kai did not answer immediately. The last time he had participated in the Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, his gains were not small, and he was also somewhat interested in this upcoming event. But he didn't think it was necessary to go either. Rather, he was wondering why Treasure Trove Pavilion had suddenly decided to hold an auction and what implications this action had. Oh, they're hosting it in Heavenly Fate City again? Yang Kai was even more surprised now. According to what he knew about Treasure Trove Pavilion, they were the biggest merchant and commercial alliance on Shadowed Star, focused on doing business to accumulate Saint Crystals. Their auctions were held once every few years to a decade, but each time the location would change as they rotated through the major cities in the various Great Forces territories. It had only been a few years since the last auction was held, yet they were planning to host another, and in Heavenly Fate City no less. Obviously, this was breaking with their previous practices. According to precedents, it should be at least another 100 years before this grand auction was held in Heavenly Fate City again. Naturally, it's going to be held in Heavenly Fate City. All the great forces on Shadowed Star have their attention focused here because of the appearance of the Emperor Garden. So if Treasure Trove Pavilion chose Heavenly Fate City as the location to host its auction, no one would disagree. Wei Guchang chuckled. Hearing this explanation, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The cultivators gathered in Heavenly Fate City were more numerous than the hairs on an ox, with all forces big and small being represented. Taking advantage of this opportunity to hold a grand auction was a natural move. Moreover, although the Emperor Garden had indeed appeared, it was temporarily impossible for anyone to enter it, and no one knew when it would open. So many cultivators were already planning ahead and trying to find ways to enhance their strength. When the Emperor Garden opened, they all hoped to rush inside to obtain a rich cup of soup. Under these circumstances, an auction would surely attract a lot of guests. After all, when Treasure Trove Pavilion was taking advantage of the flowing flame sand field opening last time, their auction had been a massive success. So obviously, Treasure Trove Pavilion was hoping for a repeat performance. As for why Treasure Trove Pavilion would specifically send him an invitation, it was not difficult to guess. After all, in the auction a few years ago, all the final auction items had been brought by Yang Kai. Others may not know this information, but Treasure Trove Pavilion certainly did. Not to mention, with the financial resources shown by Dragon Cave Mountain, they were completely qualified to participate in this auction. This invitation was personally made by Senior Yen Pei, who gave it to Elder Qian, who in turn ordered us to deliver to you. If Brother Yang has the time, you should participate. Wei Guchang laughed. Hearing that this invitation was from Yen Pei himself, Yang Kai immediately recalled a somewhat sinister-looking old man and asked, "Could it be that Senior Yen specially asking you to deliver this invitation was because it's not just an invitation? Is there something else as well?" Wei Guchang scratched his cheek and shook his head with a wry smile. "Shenner, I told you Brother Yang was too smart, and even if we didn't mention it, he would certainly realize." Dong Shenner also smiled bitterly. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and said, "Brother Wei, just say it. You and I are not strangers." Wei Guchang hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Senior Yen did give me another message to pass along, but I wasn't planning on mentioning it. However, since Brother Yang has asked, I will just say that Senior Yen hoped you could provide a few items for the auction's finale." "Final auction items?" Yang Kai parroted with a stunned voice before sneering wryly. "What does he think this place is? An inexhaustible treasure trove? How could I possibly have so many final auction-worthy items?" Wei Guchang shrugged helplessly. This was truly what Yen Pei had requested, and if not for Elder Qian and Yen Pei having a good relationship, Wei Guchang would not have come to deliver such a message, so he simply said, "I'll report back to Elder Qian that you have no more treasures here." And Yang Kai nodded. In truth, this place really was filled with a great many incredible treasures, any of which could be used as a final item in the upcoming grand auction. Even if he did not take out one of these precious treasures, all Yang Kai would need to do was ask Yang Yen to refine a few origin-grade high-rank artifacts so he could fulfill the requirement. The Emperor Garden had appeared, so presumably, origin-grade high-rank artifacts would be highly sought after. However, Yang Kai understood the truth of great wealth inviting criticism. The few items he had casually brought out last time had stirred up an incredibly heated competition between all Shadowed Star's top forces. If he were to do so again, he would attract unwanted attention. He did not even allow Yang Yen to sell her artifacts without permission, so how could he do something as foolish as exposing his true wealth? However, Brother Yang, you really should participate in this auction as there may be some good things you'd like to obtain. Wei Guchang laughed heartily before saying, "The following pages of the invitation in your hand list some of the more precious items that are being auctioned." "Oh!" Yang Kai heard this and suddenly found himself somewhat interested. Flipping through the invitation, Yang Kai soon found that what Wei Guchang said was right. These pages were filled with exquisite pictures and descriptions of some of the most valuable items being auctioned. There were good artifacts, pills that could increase one's cultivation, powerful secret techniques, and rare and valuable materials. Yang Kai browsed through these items one by one and was secretly surprised by Treasure Trove Pavilion's ability. This great force was worthy of being the biggest commercial alliance on Shadowed Star. It had only been a few years since the last grand auction, yet they had already managed to collect so many treasures. This really made one wonder where they had acquired all these treasures. Unfortunately, although there were indeed many good things listed on this invitation, nothing really caught Yang Kai's eyes. It was not a problem of value or rarity. It was simply that Yang Kai had no use for any of these things. Whether it was artifacts, pills, or secret techniques, he already had more than enough, so naturally, he felt disinterested in this auction. However, when he arrived at the last page and saw the treasure which was listed there, his expression suddenly changed as he stared at the picture fixedly, a trace of surprise and joy flashing across the depths of his eyes. Although this change of expression happened extremely quickly, Yang Kai still failed to conceal it from the others present. Seeing this, Wei Guchang chuckled. "It looks like Brother Yang really found something good that he currently needs." "I have indeed. I never expected Treasure Trove Pavilion to even be able to take out this kind of treasure," Yang Kai openly declared, as he did not feel the need to conceal this fact in front of the people present. Carefully putting away the auction invitation, he asked, "When will this auction start?" "A month from now, and the location is the same as last time." "Has Brother Yang decided to go?" "Such a grand event naturally shouldn't be missed." Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. Then, this way we'll look forward to seeing you there. Wei Guchang also showed a happy expression. In any case, he had to attend this auction, so he naturally felt it was better to have like-minded friends to accompany him. Next, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had a long chat with Yang Kai. After all, none of them had seen each other since they entered retreat to break through. Only a few years had passed and Yang Kai was now a third-order Saint King, likely not far away from breaking through to the origin-returning realm as well. Both Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had just finished crossing this stage and were not stingy with explaining their experiences, allowing both Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to benefit greatly, especially Dai Yuan, who listened with extreme interest while asking a few questions about particular details she didn't immediately understand. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer patiently answered any questions Dai Yuan and Yang Kai asked, not concealing anything. Half a day later, the two senior brother and junior sister took their leave. Before setting off though, Dong Xianer invited Dai Yuan to come to Shadow Moon Hall for a time, the latter naturally agreeing. After the Shadow Moon Hall pair left, Yang Kai turned to Dai Yuan with a smile. The latter, however, shot him an angry glare as her ugly facial features suddenly distorted. In the next moment, a completely different face appeared in front of Yang Kai. Creamy white skin with gentle crescent eyebrows, eyes that shimmered like stars, a dainty nose, and fine red lips. It was not an exaggeration to describe her as a heavenly beauty. This abrupt change in appearance stunned Yang Kai. Dai Yuan gently brushed her hair back behind her ear and demurely chuckled. Does junior brother Yang think this look is more appealing? Yang Kai put on a serious look and shook his head, saying, one's external appearance is inconsequential. Whether one is ugly or beautiful is an inherent trait that is gifted by their parents. What is most important is internal and intrinsic. Dai Yuan was deeply stunned and was preparing to nod in agreement when Yang Kai suddenly declared solemnly, but you're not wrong that your current look is more appealing. After all, everyone loves beauty. Dai Yuan was instantly filled with indignation as she shot a wicked glare at Yang Kai, her peerless face distorting once again and being replaced by the former pockmarked ugly countenance. Just now, she had felt deeply touched by Yang Kai's words, but he had gone and ruined that sentiment completely before she could even digest them properly. Yang Kai lightly coughed, knowing he had severely annoyed Dai Yuan, and quickly changed the subject. Right? Sister Dai Yuan, coming here so suddenly? Do you need my help with something? What? Do you think I only come here when I need something from you? Could it be that I cannot just come here to say hello? Am I not welcomed here? Dai Yuan snorted as she continued glaring at Yang Kai. That's certainly not what I meant. Yang Kai knew he had once again misspoken and suddenly found himself at a loss for what to say. However, Dai Yuan soon grinned and said, I'm kidding. Do you think you are the only one who can make fun of me? To be honest, I really did come here to ask for your help. Yang Kai's look finally relaxed and he quickly declared, if I can be of help, Sister Dai Yuan only needs to ask. Dai Yuan nodded and spoke frankly, I need an origin condensing pill. Hearing this, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Dai Yuan still explained though, originally I was planning on breaking through to the origin returning realm after a long secluded retreat, but now that the Emperor Garden has appeared, I cannot afford to wait that long. So I need an origin condensing pill to assist me. This shouldn't be a problem for junior brother Yang. Should it? Naturally, Yang Kai smiled confidently. Him being an alchemist was a secret only known to 3 people on Shadowed Star, Wu Yi, Yang Yan, and Dai Yuan. The first 2 knew for obvious reasons, while the latter knew because Yang Kai had used his alchemy skills to help detoxify her. With Yang Kai's current methods, refining a trivial origin condensing pill required little effort. Dai Yuan wore a delighted smile and said, I have all the materials ready. I'll be troubling junior brother Yang. Saying so, Dai Yuan took out several sets of herbs necessary for refining an origin condensing pill from her space ring. Yang Kai nodded and accepted the herbs before quickly saying, rest here for today. I'll bring you your origin condensing pill by tomorrow. Dai Yuan nodded happily. Refining an origin condensing pill was truly a simple matter for Yang Kai, only requiring an incense stick worth of time to complete. but he still said he would bring it to Dai Yuan tomorrow personally. Dai Yuan had no objections and gave her thanks. Chatting for a while longer, Dai Yuan informed Yang Kai that there were many people stationed in Heavenly Fate City from Colored Glass Sect to monitor the changes in the Emperor Garden, and that her junior sister In Su Dai was among them. In Su Dai, like Wei Guchang, had successfully broken through to the Origin Realm, but she had only done so recently and was still in the process of consolidating her cultivation. It also seemed that she had ill intentions towards Yang Kai, which Dai Yuan thoughtfully warned him about. Hearing this, Yang Kai wore a strange look upon his face as he tapped the table with his finger, immediately concluding that In Su Dai had concealed the matter about their fight and even him killing a Colored Glass Sect disciple when he last left Colored Glass Sect. This was good news for Yang Kai. In Su Dai willingly covering up that incident was something he was happy to learn. Then, however, Dai Yuan seemingly casually mentioned the accident that had befallen Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, causing a bit of cold sweat to drip down Yang Kai's back as he faced a meaningful stare from this woman. Fortunately, she did not seem to have any interest in continuing this topic, just mentioning it before moving on. After finally managing to take his leave, Yang Kai stood in front of his cave mansion with a contemplative look upon his face. Yang Yen mysteriously appeared beside him a moment later, frowning as she said, "From her tone, it seems she knows something, and others might not be clear, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know. After all, the stone puppet entered Colored Glass Mountain from her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although I concealed the tunnel it dug, she might have discovered something if she investigated carefully. Moreover, since she cultivates that Thousand Illusion colored glass art, she may have been able to learn something from examining Colored Glass Mountain itself," Yang Kai postulated. Although he did not know what the truth was, he was fairly certain about his speculations. The reason why Dai Yuan knew there was something wrong inside Colored Glass Mountain was largely in part due to her practicing that particular secret art. "What should we do?" Yang Yen asked with some worry. "It's fine to do nothing." She purposefully brought the subject up as a subtle way to tell me not to worry about it. No one else in Colored Glass Sect should know about this, otherwise she wouldn't have come here to ask me to refine her an origin condensing pill. That being said, we should act carefully. After all, Colored Glass Mountain is Colored Glass Sect's foundation and most precious treasure. If they were ever to find out what we've done, Colored Glass Sect would definitely not let it go. "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Right? Is Chen Yu in retreat right now?" "Nope." Yang Yen shook her head. "Tell her to come see me then. I have something I need her to help me find," Yang Kai said briefly before turning around and walking into his cave mansion. Inside his cave mansion, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged, his expression calm and indifferent, seemingly thinking about something. When he noticed someone approaching from the outside, he immediately opened the barrier and let them in. As expected, it was Chen Yu. "Yang Kai, you wanted to see me?" Chen Yu asked. Come in and sit down." Yang Kai gestured to her. Chen Yu was somewhat confused about why Yang Kai suddenly summoned her, but she still quickly sat down cross-legged on a futon while glancing around curiously. Besides Yang Yen, who came and went frequently, Yang Kai's cave mansion was basically unvisited by others. Only when one of Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators wanted to break through a bottleneck, or when they needed to enter a long secluded retreat, would they come here to use one of the specially prepared cultivation rooms. Using these cultivation rooms was of great benefit because the aura from the 9-branch jade crystal tree and the fragrance of the 10,000-year incense which permeated the cave mansion were both useful for achieving breakthroughs. This was Chen Yu's first time coming here, in fact, so naturally she was a bit curious. This was one of the most confidential places in all of Dragon Cave Mountain. "What did you need from me?" After looking around for a moment, Chen Yu collected herself and asked. She and Yang Kai were natives of Tongxian Realm, and although many years ago her strength was enough to tower over Yang Kai, the good cultivation environment and abundant resources she had now were all thanks to Yang Kai's blessings. On top of that, Yang Kai's current strength far exceeded her own. As such, Chen Yu treated Yang Kai as someone from the same generation, even feeling a hint of awe towards him in her heart. "I need your help with something." Chen Yu smiled lightly. "Oh, I was just worrying about not being able to contribute anything here. Whatever you need from me, Don't hesitate to ask. I need your soul avatar to enter my knowledge sea. Yang Kai stared into her eyes and said seriously. Ah! Qian Yu looked surprised as she stared back at Yang Kai in shock. She had never expected him to make such an unbelievable request. It was not a trivial matter to allow someone else's soul avatar to enter your knowledge sea. Generally speaking, this practice was only done between the most trusted of friends or the most intimate of partners. After all, there were too many private things stored in a person's knowledge sea that no one would want outsiders to know about. Last time, Yang Kai diving into Yang Yan's knowledge sea was also thanks to Yang Yan lowering her knowledge sea's defenses. Otherwise, there would have been no way for Yang Kai to enter. Listening to Yang Kai say this, Qian Yu was of course extremely surprised as well as grateful. Regardless of what kind of request Yang Kai had for her, him allowing her into his knowledge sea proved first and foremost how much he trusted her. It's fine for me to enter your knowledge sea, but what do you want me to do once inside? Are you cultivating some special secret technique? Qian Yu guessed casually. No, you don't need to think too much about it. I just want you to help me find a place, Yang Kai explained. Find a place. Qian Yu frowned, even more confused. Why would she need to enter Yang Kai's knowledge sea to find a place? The place where you separated from Su Yan. Yang Kai's complexion became slightly gloomy as he let out a sigh. Not waiting for Qian Yu to ask any more questions, he quickly continued. It's a bit troublesome to explain in words, but you'll understand once you're inside. Qian Yu was still confused, but she no longer made any inquiries, simply nodding. Then lower your knowledge sea defenses. Yang Kai nodded lightly, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared, standing at a position high above the flames. Before long, Yang Kai felt another soul attempting to enter his knowledge sea. Not making any attempt to resist, he allowed this newcomer inside, and soon after, a light flashed in front of him and Qian Yu's soul avatar appeared. The moment she appeared, though, she couldn't help letting out a scream and quickly circulated her spiritual energy to resist the heat coming from all directions. The situation inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea was similar to that of Yang Yan's, but more powerful. The seawater below was essentially comprised of burning hot flames, so Qian Yu, who was just a first-order Saint King, was naturally affected by them. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand to create a barrier of spiritual energy around Qian Yu, isolating her from the impact of his conflagrated knowledge sea. Your knowledge sea is quite dangerous. Qian Yu's face was filled with lingering fear as she scanned her surroundings. With her vision, she could naturally tell that Yang Kai possessed a mutated knowledge sea, and one of great power at that. If not for Yang Kai providing her protection in this place, she wouldn't be able to remain for long. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to her and immediately flew upwards while focusing his consciousness. A moment later, an incredible scene appeared as a vast starry expanse began to appear above Yang Kai's knowledge sea. One by one, twinkling stars like fireflies began flickering into existence and rapidly spreading out across the sky. Qian Yu's thoughts froze up as she involuntarily felt like she had suddenly been transported to the starry sky. This is... Qian Yu looked around in shock. The scene around her had changed so dramatically and so rapidly that if she was not conscious of being inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she would definitely have believed she had somehow entered the starry sky. Looking at this astonishing scene, Qian Yu couldn't help recalling the various trials and tribulations she experienced after entering the star field together with sect master Xianxia and her fellow sect brothers and sister from Ice Sect. These stars were so massive, dazzling, and imposing that Qian Yu could deeply feel how small and insignificant she was. The devastating starry sky storms and endless asteroid seas also appeared in her eyes as she examined her surroundings. Reminded of the tragic death of several of her fellow Ice Sect elders, Qian Yu's expression dimmed. Everything that had happened during that perilous journey was still vivid in her memory, and Qian Yu was capable of recalling it all like it was yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. Naturally, it was Yang Kai. Qian Yu turned her head to look at him as a hint of loneliness filled her beautiful eyes. At the moment, Yang Kai was the only person close to her that she was familiar with. She had no sense of belonging to the star field. Qianyu soon whispered, Yang Kai, I want to go back to the Tongxian realm. I want to go back to the ice sect. The weakness in her heart seemed to be completely exposed because of the scene before her, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. A slightly unusual light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said lightly, Such a day will definitely come. But before then, you need to first improve your strength. As if there was some kind of mysterious power in his voice. Qianyu heard these words and her beautiful eyes began to cloud over. Yang Kai frowned when he noticed this and quickly let out a shout. With the loud shout ringing in her ears like spring thunder, Qianyu's tender body shook and the weakness clouding her eyes quickly disappeared, allowing her original demeanor to restore itself. After understanding what just happened, she couldn't help revealing a trace of fear and gratitude. When she saw the scene of the starry sky just now, a crack in her heart had appeared. This flaw in her mind might currently seem unremarkable, but if it was allowed to fester, it would definitely become a heart demon, one that would pose a great danger to her whenever she tried to break through in the future. Once a heart demon surfaced during a breakthrough, not only would one fail to reach the next realm, they would suffer from severe backlash and quite possibly have their soul extinguished on the spot. Although Yang Kai's shout wasn't too loud, he had used his own spiritual energy to deliver a shock to Qianyu, allowing her to awaken her from weakness and reminiscence. After understanding this point, Qianyu naturally felt grateful and even rejoiced somewhat. At the same time, she secretly felt like her will was inferior to Yang Kai's, as he was able to maintain control while carrying an even heavier burden. Taking a deep breath, Qianyu collected herself before asking, What is this? And why does it exist in your knowledge sea? This is a star chart. Yang Kai stood beside her while also observing the surrounding stars. This star chart was something he obtained from a chart master named Wuxia, who belonged to Purple Star when he first entered the star field. Although Yang Kai didn't know how chart master Wuxia obtained the strange star chart, when the latter died aboard the Purple Star starship, his remnant soul was swallowed by Yang Kai and the star chart had remained after using the demon eye of annihilation to purify Wuxia's memories. Yang Kai had explored this star chart before but hadn't paid too much attention to it. After arriving on Shadowed Star, he hadn't actually taken the time to study this star chart thoroughly. However, after finding Qianyu and learning that she had been separated from Su Yan and the others from Ice Sect at some point, Yang Kai began searching the star chart in his knowledge sea for probable locations where the separation might have occurred. He had once asked Qianyu to carefully describe the surrounding scene where she had been separated from Su Yan, but he had so far found several matching positions, making it impossible to determine which was the correct one. As such, he needed Qianyu to enter his knowledge sea to confirm the location he was looking for. Yang Kai was currently unable to find Su Yan, but if he could determine her approximate location, Yang Kai felt he would at least have a place to start looking. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star chart to Qianyu, the latter couldn't help showing a look of shock, never having imagined such a magical thing existed in the star field. The chart master profession was non-existent on Shadowed Star. After all, Shadowed Star was extremely remote and isolated from the outside world. Sometimes, people would travel the nearby starry sky to look for ores and St. crystals, but there was no need for a chart master on such a short journey. You mean, this star chart includes every star in the entire star field? Qianyu asked with surprise and joy. And, even if it doesn't have absolutely everything, it shouldn't be missing much. Yang Kai nodded. What about Tongxian realm? Qianyu turned to look at him. Do you want to have a look? Yang Kai smiled. Qianyu nodded repeatedly, an impatient expression filling her face. Then I'll lead you to have a look. Yang Kai waved his hand and wrapped Qianyu in his spiritual energy before shuttling through the star field in the star chart. As she passed many bright stars, Qianyu felt as if she could touch them if she just reached out. But she knew that these seemingly real stars were just projections from the star chart and were not actually material. Nevertheless, traveling through the star chart still felt like a dream to Qianyu. Not only were there brilliant sun stars, but also soft glowing moon stars, countless dead stars without any vitality, and vast asteroid seas. It was like the entire star field had been shrunk down countless times over and transplanted here. Qianyu followed Yang Kai without a sound, and in what seemed like a flash, but felt like forever, the pair came to a halt. At this moment, Yang Kai wore a complicated look upon his face as he stared forward silently. Following the direction of his eyes, Qian Yu saw a faint blue star. This star was not too noticeable amongst the vast star field. This star was not brilliant or dazzling in any way, inferior to many she had witnessed before, but the moment she laid eyes on it, this star became all Qian Yu could see. Staring blankly at this star, a strange sense of homecoming filled her heart with warmth. Tongxian Realm. This star was none other than the homeland she dreamed of, the place she had been born and raised, Tongxian Realm. After entering the starry sky from the ice sect, she had once had the opportunity to see a similar scene of this gorgeous blue star from afar. At that time, she had been filled with a sense of yearning, but had no choice other than following sect master Xianxia away. Qian Yu wept bitterly. Even if she was a Saint King realm cultivator now, even if she had been cultivating for several dozen years, at this moment, she was still unable to control her emotions as she felt like a wanderer who had finally returned home, the deep longing in her heart bursting forth. Yang Kai did not say anything. When he was initially exploring the star chart by himself and found where Tongxian Realm was located, his reaction wasn't much better than Qian Yu's. As a man, he managed not to shed tears, but his emotions were still just as chaotic. It took a long time for Qian Yu to stop sobbing, turn to look at Yang Kai, and ask softly, "Yang Kai, can we return?" "Yes," Yang Kai affirmed categorically. Qian Yu's eyes glowed with pleasant surprise. Although Yang Kai's answer was unfounded, and she was unable to really see any hope of achieving it right now, hearing this answer still filled the emptiness in her heart greatly. Thank you. Qian Yu suddenly felt quite embarrassed for completely losing self-control in front of a junior. But when she saw her homeland, she simply could not keep her emotions in check. The grievances she had suffered in the Joyous Union Pavilion over the years had weighed down on her heavily, all of them erupting at this moment. Fortunately, all of that was now behind her, and it did not take long for her to regain her composure. Yang Kai smiled slightly before sending out his spiritual energy again to wrap up Qian Yu and lead her away from the blue star. After a while, the two stopped at a certain place in the star chart, and Yang Kai asked, "Take a look closely. Is this where you and Su Yan separated?" Qian Yu observed her surroundings for a while before slowly shaking her head. "It's not here. I remember the asteroid sea there was bigger than this one." Yang Kai nodded and set out together with Qian Yu again. Half a day later, the barrier of the cave mansion opened and Qian Yu walked out. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sat alone in his cave mansion with a big smile upon his face. Finally, Qian Yu was able to positively identify the place where she had separated from Su Yan and the others. Although the rest of Su Yan's group had also passed through that void corridor at that time and it was unknown where they had ended up, this was still an extremely precious clue. When the time came, as long as he was strong enough, Yang Kai could go directly to that place, find that void corridor, enter it, and hopefully find Su Yan. Of course, all of this depended on him having the necessary strength, so it was a bit early to be considering such things. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and a few herbs, refining some pills to calm his mood. Time flew by and soon a month had passed. On this day, the gateway barrier surrounding Dragon Cave Mountain opened and two figures slowly emerged from it. It was Yang Kai and Yang Yan. The two of them were naturally setting out to participate in the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction. In fact, Yang Kai's original attitude towards this auction was indifference, but after seeing one of the items which was going to be auctioned off, he immediately changed his opinion. That item was of great use to him, and no matter what, he had to obtain it. As such, he brought out all of the Saint Crystals he could get from Wuxia in preparation. Currently, Dragon Cave Mountain did not have anywhere near its peak amount of Saint Crystals, but there were still around 70 million of them. According to his and Yang Yan's estimates, this number of Saint Crystals would be enough to get that treasure. After all, although that item was precious, it was just a raw material, so no matter what use others might have for it, no one except Yang Kai should be willing to pay this much for it. Yang Kai was confident about his assumptions. Crossing the trivial distance between Dragon Cave Mountain and Heavenly Fate City took but a moment via Star Shuttle. Heavenly Fate City was currently filled with fishes and dragons, becoming completely overcrowded. City Lord Fei Zhitu had already become thoroughly exhausted attempting to maintain order in the city. He was originally a person who didn't want to get involved in troublesome matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have requested the sect master to assign him to supervise Heavenly Fate City, but with the appearance of the Emperor Garden and a sudden influx of foreign masters from all of Shadowed Star, Fei Zhitu's peace and quiet had been completely destroyed. The city defending array was now fully open, and no one was allowed to fight inside, or else they would be severely punished. On top of that, a powerful flight inhibiting array was active inside the city, preventing anyone from flying. This set of rules was completely different from before. Previously, when Xianxia came to Heavenly Fate City, he was able to fly in and out directly, but now he had no choice but to land outside and enter through the city gate together with Yang Yan. The city gate was also extremely crowded, and Yang Yan couldn't help shrinking down towards Xianxia. It took quite a lot of effort for the two of them to pass through safely. After entering the city and seeing the sea of people literally rubbing shoulders as they walked through the streets, whether it was Xianxia or Yang Yan, both of them felt a headache coming on. The population of Heavenly Fate City was now more than 10 times its usual number. Fortunately, with the auction being held today, teams of people had been specially assigned to clear roads and maintain order from all the major gates to Treasure Trove Pavilion. This allowed those people of high status who were participating in the auction to move relatively unhindered. Making his way over to a reception area, Xianxia took out the golden invitation from his space ring and handed it over. The cultivator responsible for the reception immediately showed a flattering look and respectfully said, "Welcome to Treasure Trove Pavilion's grand auction. 2 honored guests. You have been assigned a private room in Block B. This way, please." Saying so, this cultivator called out to a young woman nearby and commanded, "Qing'er, take these 2 honored guests to their room." Although Xianxia and Yang Yan's cultivations were not very high, the number of these golden invitations wasn't large. Yan Pei was fully aware of the amazing financial strength of Dragon Cave Mountain and hoped that Xianxia could provide a few items for the auction's finale. So the invitation he had sent to Dragon Cave Mountain was of very high grade. Even if it was not as good as those received by first-class sects, the difference wasn't great. When the cultivator responsible for the reception near the city gate saw this invitation, how could he dare act disrespectful? Upon hearing his orders, a young girl who seemed only 17 or 18 years old immediately responded. Bowing elegantly, she opened her red lips and gently beckoned, "Honored guests, please come with me." Although the girl did not have a particularly beautiful face, she was by no means unpleasant to the eye. Her strength was not very high, only reaching the immortal Ascension boundary. However, her voice was particularly charming to the ear. Every move and smile she made had a mysterious charm to it. Clearly, she cultivated a type of beguiling technique. Seeing this, Xianxia quietly nodded, knowing that Treasure Trove Pavilion had really put in a lot of painstaking effort for this auction. Probably every great force that came here to participate would be assigned a female attendant such as this young girl. Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't have any difficulty cultivating maids of this cultivation, but having them serve their guests would allow them to gain some favor with those who had particular interest in women. Perhaps if these men were happier, they would be more inclined to spend their money. The girl named Qing'er walked ahead, leading Xianxia and Yang Yan in the direction of Treasure Trove Pavilion. While walking, she explained warmly, "Qing'er will be responsible for the 2 seniors this time. If 2 seniors win anything at the auction, Qing'er will deliver the required Saint Crystals and retrieve the auction item. If 2 seniors have any other orders, please don't hesitate to ask. The managers have specifically instructed Qing'er to satisfy any requirements 2 seniors may have." "Any requirements?" Yang Yan raised her brow, revealing a faint smile. "N." The girl named Qing'er gently nodded, her exquisite earlobes dyeing a tantalizing shade of pink. Yang Yan giggled as she shot a meaningful glance over at Xianxia before moving closer to Qing'er and whispering into her ear. The young girl's face quickly turned from pink to red, but she still nodded. Xianxia wrinkled his nose when he saw this. Although he did not deliberately try to overhear the conversation between Yang Yan and this girl, he knew what kind of questions Yang Yan had asked. Since this girl had awoken from her coma, Her personality had changed. Yang Kai observed Yang Yen pensively as he felt she was not so bold or dissolute in the past. However, this much did not matter as he always felt that Yang Yan's character was too shy and introverted. Such a change was actually good for her. Along the way, there were a lot of people on the road and the surrounding area was even more crowded. But with the routes deliberately opened by Treasure Trove Pavilion, the three of them had no trouble advancing. A short time later, the group arrived at Treasure Trove Pavilion. There were not many people standing in front of this building, only two actually. But when Yang Kai saw them, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes, because these two were both third-order origin returning realm masters. One of them was City Lord Fei Zhitu, who was standing there with a clearly unhappy and disgruntled look on his face, thinking about how he was able to relax freely just a short time ago, but now was inundated with problems all day long and needed to constantly deter others from causing trouble. It would be strange if his complexion was good, and indeed it was only slightly better than the man standing next to him. The one standing next to City Lord Fei was none other than Yen Pei. This old black face not only had a dark complexion but also an even darker heart. Everything auctioned by him personally was sold for a sky-high price. For example, the origin condensing pill that formed pill veins that sold during the last auction garnered a miraculous 100 million Saint crystals. The masters from the various great forces on Shadowed Star had a complicated relationship with old blackface Yen Pei. What they loved about him was that once he organized an auction, the items sold were all guaranteed to be superb, but what they hated was naturally how he made sure each of these items was sold for an outrageously high price, even making their powerful forces feel like they had been taken advantage of. Two third-order origin returning realm masters standing here showed just how much importance Treasure Trove Pavilion placed on this auction. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, whether it was Fei Zhitu or Yen Pei, both suddenly wore smiles on their faces. When the young girl Qinger saw this, she couldn't help feeling greatly stunned. According to her memory, head manager Yen Pei rarely showed a smile, and it was enough to cause her to become quite excited. Such a reaction illustrated that Yang Kai's status was incredible, which in turn meant that the rewards she might receive were also greater. If she was lucky enough to have Yang Kai take a liking to her, then she wouldn't need to worry about having enough cultivation resources ever again. Anyone who could attend this auction definitely didn't lack Saint crystals. Greetings, two seniors. Yang Kai's brow twitched, but he still had to step forward and salute. At the end of the day, he was still the junior here, so he couldn't just ignore decorum. Haha, there's no need to act overly courteous. Fei Zhitu smiled lightly and waved his hand, causing an invisible force to lift Yang Kai up in a kind and friendly manner. Since seeing the Phoenix Soul remnant Yang Kai was carrying in his body back in the Emperor Garden, Fei Zhitu no longer dared underestimate him. Even if it was just a weak soul remnant, it still belonged to a legendary ancient divine spirit that had disappeared long ago. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as Yang Kai didn't die and his strength kept improving, the power that the ancient divine spirit soul remnant could display would also increase. Although Yang Kai may not have an opportunity to break through to the Origin King realm while suppressed by Shadowed Star's world principles, once he reached the peak of the Origin realm with the help of that Ice Phoenix soul remnant, he would be absolutely invincible. If Fei Zhitu didn't take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with Yang Kai while the latter was still small and weak, once he became strong it would be too late. Boy, I heard you stirred up some trouble again recently. Fei Zhitu grinned meaningfully and commented. I don't know what senior is referring to, Yang Kai replied doubtfully. Don't feign ignorance. Didn't you kill someone from Sea Heart Sect? Fei Zhitu glared at him. So it's about Sea Heart Sect. And I killed him, so? Did senior hear some kind of rumor about this? Yang Kai asked curiously. Not really, Fei Zhitu shook his head slowly. Sea Heart Sect is based far away on the limitless ocean, but it is still counted as a second-class sect after all. Not a force that can be casually humiliated. Acting so unscrupulously right from the start. Have you considered the possible consequences? Yang Kai grinned back meaningfully. After being intolerably bullied, did senior expect me to simply stand back and bear it? Seeing the sharp look in Yang Kai's eyes, Fei Zhitu failed to stifle his laughter and nodded. If you could bear it, then you wouldn't be you. Last time, Yang Kai had made a mess in Heavenly Fate City despite being surrounded by 8 origin returning realm masters and had even killed one of them that belonged to the Xia family. Fei Ji too had long known that Yang Kai was not one to settle things peacefully, but he still warned lightly, "I heard that the people from Sea Heart sect are now staying at the Xia family's residence, and the relationship between the two forces seems to be quite good." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, cupped his fists, said, "Many thanks for Senior's reminder. And, in addition, there seems to be another force staying in the Xia family called Flowing Cloud Valley. In any case, you should be careful." Flowing Cloud Valley? Yang Kai frowned, his expression changing slightly. "What? Don't tell me there's some kind of grudge between you and that Flowing Cloud Valley too?" Fei Ji too was stunned. Yang Kai just laughed. Seeing him acknowledge it, Fei Ji too was speechless and quickly waved his hand. "It's fine. Young people should be energetic, so raising a big fuss is only natural. If it gets to be too much of a problem, just come to my Heavenly Fate City. That Flowing Cloud Valley won't be able to stir up anything here. Junior will remember." Yang Kai gently nodded. Fei Ji too believed that Flowing Cloud Valley was just a trivial little force. But Yang Kai was actually most concerned about it simply because that Lu Yi came from Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai really didn't know what he had done to offend Lu Yi to the point where the latter wanted to put him to death back in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. And although Yang Kai successfully cut off one of Lu Ye's arms during that conflict, the latter has still managed to escape. At that time, Yang Kai felt that Lu Yi was somewhat unusual. Even an elite like Wei Guchang might not be his opponent. Facing Lu Yi, Yang Kai felt no less pressure than when facing that young man named Leng Qing from Star Emperor Mountain. Both of them could pose a great threat to him, something not possible for Chu Changfeng or Fang Tianzhong. Flowing Cloud Valley was actually able to cultivate such a disciple. So even if they themselves weren't too powerful a force, Yang Kai didn't dare look down on them. As such, he had especially collected information on Flowing Cloud Valley since then, and after hearing Fei Ji too mention them, Yang Kai's first thoughts were naturally about Lu Yi. Now that several years had passed, it was impossible for Yang Kai to tell how much Lu Ye's cultivation had advanced. If he were to fight him again, it wasn't certain who would emerge the victor, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. After all, his own strength was also much higher than when he first fought Lu Yi, and he had obtained many more methods with which to confront powerful enemies. Yang Kai's conversation with Fei Ji too ended here, but Yen Pei seemed to be waiting to jump in and quickly said, "Little friend Yang being able to participate in my treasure trove pavilion's auction is a great blessing. Haha. Senior is too polite. It is this junior's honor to be able to participate in this auction." Yang Kai replied humbly. Yen Pei maintained an affable smile as he lowered his voice to ask, "Does little friend perhaps have anything he would like to auction today? Although the auctioned items have already been determined, if little friend has something to contribute, this old master is willing to make an exception." This is not difficult for this old master. Senior must be joking. The good things accumulated by my honored master were all taken out many years ago for the previous auction. There's really nothing left worth contributing, Yang Kai said casually. In any case, he had always used this non-existent master to deflect trouble, and no one as of yet had been able to determine whether such a powerful master really lived on Dragon Cave Mountain. So speaking nonsense here wasn't a burden for Yang Kai in the slightest. "Is that so?" Yen Pei showed a disappointed look, suddenly lowering his voice further and whispering again, "How about this old master reduces the commission by 50% again? I truly have nothing to contribute." Yang Kai replied bitterly, "Oh, seems this old master was being too forceful. And little friend, since you've arrived, then you shouldn't have to stand around outside. Go inside and rest for a moment. The auction will begin in an hour." Yen Pei reluctantly relented and allowed Yang Kai's group to pass. Yang Kai cupped his fists once more before he and Yang Yen were led inside by Qing'er. Like the last time he was here, the hall of this grand building was already full of cultivators here to participate in the auction. Even if there were occasionally a few free positions, the number wasn't high, and in the center of the auction hall was a large round raised platform. It was from this stage that Treasure Trove Pavilion presided over its auction. The walls were all inlaid with glowing stones that spotlighted the high center platform. "Two seniors, please wait a moment," the young girl named Qing'er asked after walking inside before she moved to a nearby spot and discussed something with another treasure trove pavilion cultivator. A short time later, she returned with a smile and respectfully handed Yang Kai a wooden token. This is the control token for 2 seniors' private room. Yang Kai accepted this token, glanced down at it, and found it was inscribed with the characters B13. After having participated in such an auction before, Yang Kai was familiar with this type of token and knew that it was for room B13. However, this was an interesting coincidence. The last time he participated in the auction here, he had been seated in room C13. But today he was assigned to room B13. Although the number had not changed, the grade increased a level. Last time, it was because of Qian Tong that he could obtain a private room, but this time it was not due to anyone else's prestige. It was entirely due to Dragon Cave Mountain's reputation. Considering all this, Yang Kai curled his lips slightly before storing away this token and indicating to Qing'er to lead the way. Shortly after, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were seated in the room B13 and Qing'er was attentively serving them tea. There was no one else in the box except for the 3 of them. Motioning to the spirit fruits arranged on the table, Qing'er explained, "These are sparrow spirit fruits which were specially collected by the pavilion for this auction. They are quite sweet and can help purify one's Saint Qi. Please feel free to try them." Yang Kai nodded lightly, picked up one of the fruits, and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction a moment later. Seeing his pleased expression, Qing'er became slightly emboldened and continued, "The auction will not start for another hour. If 2 seniors would like, I can arrange for some dancers to entertain you." "Oh, is your treasure trove pavilion's hospitality so thorough?" Yang Yen asked in surprise. Qing'er smiled. "Not every guest receives such treatment, only those in Block B and above." Yang Yen swept her eyes over Qing'er and smiled tenderly. "It's not necessary to call anyone else. From your supple waist and slender legs, it's obvious you're also versed in such forms of entertainment. Why not show us how you dance?" "Me?" The girl blushed as she timidly shot Yang Kai a glance. Although her cultivation and status weren't high, she could tell that of these 2, Yang Kai was the lead, so naturally, she sought his approval first. "Don't cause trouble." Yang Kai glared over at Yang Yen before saying to the young girl, "She's just joking with you? You don't have to take it seriously." "Yes," Qing'er whispered softly, both happiness and disappointment flashing across her eyes. Fortunately, these 2 honored guests she was assigned to seemed easygoing. Although the woman seemed to like to tease her, there was no malicious intent behind her actions, while the man was obviously an upright person, so she didn't have to worry about being put in an awkward position. What disappointed Qing'er was that she didn't have a chance to perform here. Yang Kai saw the look on her face and could guess what she was thinking, so he lightly said, "We have no special requirements. You can just tend to your own matters for now. After the auction is over, there will be plenty of benefits for you." Qing'er heard this and smiled very happily. "Many thanks, senior," seemingly having figured out the temperaments of these 2 honored guests. Qing'er withdrew a few steps and remained silent, only taking the initiative to speak or act if Yang Kai or Yang Yen called upon her. Soon after, Wei Guchang and Dong Shener came over to chat with Yang Kai. It wasn't surprising that these 2 knew which room he was in, as all they needed to do was ask Yanpei. These 2 only left just as the auction was preparing to start. Inside the auction hall, a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes walked onto the high platform. The light beams emitted by the lighting stones gave him a clean appearance, and with the paper fan in his hands, he seemed like a free and unrestrained spirit. This middle-aged scholarly man was quite good-looking and had a few sharp edges to his eyes, which did not make him appear old, but rather added a refined flair to his face. Many of the young girls and women in the hall were instantly drawn to him, and many even revealed infatuated looks while they hid more unspeakable desires in their hearts. There were many other cultivators who also recognized this middle-aged man and could not help showing bitter and gloomy expressions when he appeared. Many began whispering in the hall and private rooms. "Damn! It's Little Black Face presiding over this auction. What the hell is Treasure Trove Pavilion thinking? It's all over. This time we've all fallen into a pit again. I knew Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't have any good intentions hosting this auction, But I never expected this guy to suddenly run out. Hasn't it been more than 10 years since the last time he played host? There were various opinions and comments, and although no one spoke loudly, everyone who was participating in this auction had fairly strong cultivation, so it wasn't difficult to hear what was being said. This was also true of the middle-aged scholarly man called Little Black Face, but upon hearing all this not only did he not look upset, but he smiled more brilliantly instead, as if he didn't care one bit about the harsh words being said about him. Seeing this, the young girls and young women who were infatuated with this man began sweeping their beautiful eyes around angrily, as if they were rebuking others for their indiscreet words. Little Black Face? In private room B13, Xianxia frowned before thoughtfully asking, "Is this person related to Senior Yen?" Yen Pei's nickname was Old Black Face, so this person clearly had something to do with Yen Pei as he was called Little Black Face. However, Xianxia didn't understand why all the cultivators around him were treating this middle-aged man like some kind of plague to be avoided. Yang Yen shot a look of inquiry at Qing'er, expecting her to give an explanation. Qing'er pursed his lips, seemingly wanting to laugh but not daring to act so inappropriately. Taking a moment to compose herself to just smiling before explaining, "Two seniors. This is Ren Tianrue, one of our pavilion's lead auctioneers. Senior Yen Pei is his master, so everyone calls him." Qing'er did not dare say anymore. It was all right for outsiders to use the nicknames Old Black Face and Little Black Face, as Yen Pei and Ren Tianrue had clearly earned such reputations. But as a junior member of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qing'er obviously couldn't take such liberties. Otherwise, if others were to hear of it, she would definitely be punished. Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter though and nodded. "So that's how it is, I understand." It seemed that this auctioneer named Ren Tianrue was Yen Pei's disciple and followed his master's practices quite religiously. Otherwise, he would not have such infamy. It seemed that Xianxia would have to be a bit careful while participating in this auction. Atop the high platform, Ren Tianrue smiled as warmly as ever and waved his hand before saying loudly, "To all of the honored guests who have traveled from afar to participate in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion offers its sincere thanks. This auction will be presided over by this Ren. Please forgive me if you find that I have made a mistake." These opening remarks were so polite and inviting that no one was able to find any fault with them. No matter who saw him, they would think this Ren Tianrue was the perfect host for an auction, and he instantly earned the favor of many who were none the wiser. Ren Tianrue quickly followed up, "In fact, this auction was originally going to be presided over by my master." As soon as these words were spoken, many people's expressions became aghast, and they subconsciously covered their space rings while staring towards the center platform with vigilance, afraid that Yen Pei would suddenly slink out from the shadows. Fortunately, Ren Tianrue smiled and said, "But this junior felt that, at master's age, he should stay behind the scenes and allow the younger generation to have a chance in the spotlight." "Good." A cry of applause rang out. "Brother Ren is a man of boldness with a great breadth of spirit. Just let Old Black Face stay behind the scenes forever." Laughter quickly filled the hall. Ren Tianrue also smiled and nodded to the guests in the hall. This Ren also had such intentions, and, after the auction is over, he will certainly work hard to persuade his master to spend his remaining days in relaxation. Although these words carried a faint implication of betrayal and treason, it undeniably garnered a great amount of goodwill from many in the audience. At once, everyone's vigilance towards Ren Tianrue disappeared and was replaced with gratitude that he was the host of this auction. "He's not simple." Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he stared towards Ren Tianrue. With just a few words, he had managed to bring the audience around to his side. And although this was nothing but a simple prologue, it had given him an advantageous position to host the following auction from. When the bidding began in earnest, even if this Ren Tianrue continued raising prices, most people wouldn't feel anything wrong with it. This Ren Tianrue's comprehension of people's mentality was extremely profound. It was no wonder he was called Little Black Face. His style of auction hosting was quite different from Yen Pei's, but it was equally interesting. "Good. I'm certain these friends are anxious to get started, so this run won't waste any more time on idle gossip. The auction will begin now." Ren Rue closed his folding fan with a snap and motioned to the curtains behind him. A beautiful woman wearing an exquisite dress quickly walked out with an enchanting smile on her face. Holding a jade plate in her jade-white hands, she soon arrived to stand in front of Ren Rue. Although this woman was an extraordinary beauty and her slightly wet eyes were capable of drawing in any man's soul, at this moment, very few people were looking at her. Since these people had come here to attend the auction, naturally their attention was focused on the jade plate this woman was holding. Needless to say, the object which was placed atop the jade plate was the first auction item. Unfortunately, this object was covered in a special red cloth, making it impossible to see what it was. Many of the participating cultivators craned their necks anxiously as they waited for an explanation to be given. Ren Rue carefully read the mood of the hall, and after pausing just enough to add some suspense to the atmosphere, he shouted, "In accordance with tradition, the first item auctioned, while not comparable to those of the finale, is not trivial either. If any of you find it of interest, please make a bid. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, you will certainly regret it for the rest of your life." Saying so, he reached out, grabbed the red cloth, and pulled it away to reveal a colorless round bead roughly the size of a goose egg. At first, this round bead appeared completely transparent, but if one looked carefully, they would see some thin filaments swimming about inside it. What was odd, though, was that this bead gave off no energy fluctuations at all, as if it were just a common ornament without any real value. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before." Since Treasure Trove Pavilion dared to use it as the first auction item, there must certainly be something unique about it. Just let Brother Ren explain. Spirit storage bead? Inside private room B13, Xianxia's eyes lit up as she instantly identified this first auction item. Yang Kai glanced over at her lightly, really beginning to suspect that there was nothing in this world she did not recognize. If not for her seemingly boundless knowledge, Yang Kai would not have brought Yang Yen to this auction. However, Yang Kai did not ask her what the purpose of this spirit storage bead was, because he knew Ren Rue would explain carefully. Atop the center high platform, Ren Rue reached out and silently picked up the spirit storage bead, holding it in his hand before quickly circulating his Saint Chi and infusing it into the bead. In front of everyone's eyes, the colorless round bead began acting like a bottomless pit as it continuously absorbed Ren Rue's Saint Chi. After a short time passed, the round bead began radiating a faint light and giving off a Saint Chi fluctuation identical to Ren Rue's. Moments later, Ren Rue stopped his actions, and while smiling meaningfully, he began circulating his secret art. A surprising thing happened next. The Saint Chi which had been absorbed by this spirit storage bead once again returned to Ren Rue's body in a smooth manner, without the slightest signs of incompatibility. At the same time, the spirit storage bead's original appearance was rapidly restored, and its internal energy fluctuation also quickly disappeared. The entire process was clearly witnessed by everyone in the hall, and by now 99% of the cultivators who were participating in the auction had at least a vague awareness about what this spirit storage bead's function was, causing them to stare excitedly towards the platform. Ren Rue chuckled and declared loudly, "I'm certain everyone must now understand the purpose of this spirit storage bead. Indeed, it can store a cultivator's Saint Chi and then rapidly return it to them, providing them with an immediate boost in the middle of a battle. Many friends, all of you must know that in the midst of a battle, the only way to supplement one's Saint Chi is to take pills or absorb the energy from Saint Crystals, but regardless of which method one uses, the effect is far too slow. This spirit storage bead is different. It can restore a cultivator's Saint Chi reserves from empty to their peak state in an extremely short amount of time. Of course, one must store enough Saint Chi inside it beforehand." As soon as this description came out, the audience broke into a stir. Although everyone had their speculations just now, when Ren Rue explained it in detail, they all found that they had greatly underestimated the value of the spirit storage bead. If the spirit storage bead worked exactly as described, possessing it was nothing short of possessing a second life. Many cultivators had fallen because their Saint Chi reserves had dried up in the middle of a fight, but if they could use this spirit storage bead to supplement their Saint Chi, Turning certain defeat into victory was not impossible. For a time, countless hot eyes stared towards the center platform, full of greed and desire. If not for having scruples about this being Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, countless masters here would have raced to snatch this life-saving treasure. Even Xianxia in room B13 was moved by this spirit storage bead. This kind of treasure was truly heaven-defying, and even with his net worth and assets, Xianxia was unable to ignore it, let alone others. However, this thing was useless to Xianxia because he never lacked Saint Qi, so soon after the idea of acquiring it occurred to him, he dismissed it and sat back to observe quietly. After all, such a good thing would certainly sell for an extremely high price. Although he brought 70 million Saint Crystals with him, Xianxia was not completely confident he could win the item he had come here for. If he were to use his Saint Crystals now, causing him to be short of funds later, the gains would not equal the losses. Xianxia's reactions weren't missed by Yang Yan and, seeing that he seemed somewhat interested in this spirit storage bead, she smiled and said, "Although this thing is indeed a good treasure, it has a number of limitations to it, so you don't have to feel bad about missing it." "Oh? What kind of limits?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "Humph, although this is no doubt a good thing, no matter how Nephew Ren promotes it, this bead must have some kind of limits to its use, correct? Why don't you explain about it clearly?" Before Yang Yan could answer Xianxia's question, a majestic voice from one of the other private rooms echoed loudly. It seemed Yang Yan is not the only one who knows about this spirit storage bead. Xianxia mused to himself. Ren Tianrui looked over towards where the voice came from and smiled slightly, cupping his fists as he said, "So it is Thunder Typhoon Sec's Senior Chang. Senior's vision is indeed profound. Although this spirit storage bead is very convenient to use, it does have some limitations. Even if Senior Chang had not brought this up, Junior would have properly explained so these friends would properly understand the value of the item they were bidding on. After all, this run must uphold the reputation of Treasure Trove Pavilion." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Chang snorted dismissively. Whether he believed Ren Tianrui's words or not, only the heavens knew. Many people secretly suspected that Ren Tianrui would not have said anything about this spirit storage bead's limitations if no one had questioned it. At most, after the auction was over, he would quietly inform the new owner of this spirit storage bead as a minimum courtesy. This wasn't the first time Treasure Trove Pavilion had done something like this. "Who was that?" Xianxia asked Qinger as he gazed in the direction of the previous voice. Although Qinger's cultivation was not high, she was born and raised on Shadowed Star, so she naturally would have some idea about the speaker's identity. After hearing Xianxia's inquiry, the young girl's eyes flashed with slight surprise, seemingly puzzled about why Xianxia would ask her this, but she still replied quickly, "If Junior is not mistaken, this should be Senior Chang Pang Xian of the Thunder Typhoon Sect. After all, in the Thunder Typhoon Sect, he is the only master surnamed Chang." Xianxia gently nodded, satisfied with her answer. At the same time, Ren Tianrui had begun explaining the restrictions on the use of the spirit storage bead. The story was not too disappointing. It seemed the spirit storage bead had inadvertently been acquired by a small declining family and sold to Treasure Trove Pavilion. According to the one who sold it, this spirit storage bead had a limited capacity to store Saint Qi, roughly equivalent to the total amount an average third-order Saint King could hold in their body. In other words, it could not accept any more Saint Qi beyond what a third-order Saint King cultivator could hold. Once it did, it would simply leak that energy into its surroundings. This was not a major problem, though. For Saint King realm cultivators, this was not even a restriction at all. As for Origin realm cultivators, as long as they paid attention to the storage limit and didn't pour too much Saint Qi into it, this spirit storage bead could still play a useful role. What it really meant was that, in a moment of crisis, an Origin realm master would not be able to use this thing to completely restore their Saint Qi reserves. Overall, this limitation was harmless. However, the second limitation greatly diminished the value of this spirit storage bead. This was an artifact that stemmed from ancient times and had already been used many times. According to what the previous owner of this spirit storage bead told Treasure Trove Pavilion, this bead could only be used 5 more times at most before too much damage was done to it and it became useless. Hearing this, the heat in the eyes of many cultivators immediately cooled. Although 5 uses was not an insignificant amount, spending a lot of Saint crystals on something which was not helpful for improving one's fundamental strength wasn't worth it. Besides these 2 limitations, there is nothing else one needs to concern themselves over with this bead. Rintian Rue didn't seem to care about whether this item sold for a high price or not, continuing to smile as he said, "The starting price of this spirit storage bead is 500,000 Saint crystals, and each new bid must increase the price by no less than 10,000. Everyone, please." In fact, such a starting price was not remarkably high considering the purpose and value of the spirit storage bead. After all, as the first item to be auctioned, Treasure Trove Pavilion intended for it to generate some excitement. However, 500,000 Saint crystals instantly precluded about 90% of the cultivators in the hall from bidding. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact normally sold for about 300,000, so with this bead's reserve price being 500,000, even if some technically had enough Saint crystals to purchase it, most could not afford to. Of course, this was not the case for everyone. Since they had come to attend this auction, these people had gathered enough Saint crystals for their own use. So immediately after Rintian Rue's voice fell, someone bid the base price. Swiftly, more voices rang out throughout the hall. Each price increase was modest, but with gathering momentum, in less time than it would take to make a cup of tea, this spirit storage bead had already risen in price to 820,000 Saint crystals. By this time, the competing bids inside the auction hall had become somewhat sparse, with only 2 or 3 people still raising the price. "This old master bids 1 million. The booming voice of Changpeng Xian suddenly called out from Thunder Typhoon Sec's private room. When Rintian Rue heard this voice as he stood atop the center platform, he just smiled lightly, not showing the slightest surprise. It would be strange if those from the great sects did not participate in this competition. The few cultivators who were sitting in the main hall bidding on this item heard this and all wore dark expressions before letting out deep sighs. Since someone from Thunder Typhoon Sect had made a bid, they no longer had any hope of obtaining this spirit storage bead. One by one, these cultivators silently cursed Changpeng Xian for not speaking up sooner. If they had known he would bid for this item, why would they have futilely plowed the air all this time? Such awful luck! Each of them grumbled to themselves. "Haha, old ghost, you've already reached the third order origin returning realm. Why would you want the spirit storage bead? Did you feel like brazenly competing with these juniors?" Another voice suddenly laughed and called out from a different private room, a thick meaning of sarcasm and taunting apparent in its tone. "Humph, this old master may not need it, but can he not give it to the disciples of his sect?" Changpeng Xian coldly snorted. "Aren't your words a bit misplaced, Brother Mo? Since this is an auction, this old master making a bid is perfectly reasonable. How is that in any way brazenly competing with these juniors? And what Brother Chang says makes sense." The person man from the other private box replied carefree before slowly adding, "Good. Then this Mo will also join in the fun. We cannot have Brother Chang enjoying the spotlight all on his own." 1.1 million. "Old Ghost Mo, do you know what you're doing?" Changpeng Xian called out in an unhappy voice. 1.2 million. Brother Chang just said that this was an auction, so naturally the highest bidder will win, 1.5 million. Good. Then let's see who will come out on top here, 2 million. These two seemed to be old enemies and immediately took to fighting one another both verbally and financially, neither one of them willing to back down. As a result, the price of this spirit storage bead had increased several-fold in the blink of an eye, and judging from the ongoing competition, it seemed like the final price was going to reach an outrageous number, causing all the cultivators in the hall to stare dumbfounded. "Surnamed Mo?" In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned as he glanced towards the private room which was competing with Changpeng Xian. "It should be Elder Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union," Qing'er quickly explained. Yang Kai gently nodded. This time, even if Qing'er had not explained, Yang Kai could have guessed the identity of this man because he had heard many others talk about Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union. Yang Kai himself had paid more attention to this person because, like him, Mo Xiao Sheng cultivated Space Force. Even considering all of Shadowed Star, only Yang Kai and Mo Xiao Sheng studied this esoteric field. There was no third individual to be found. Regarding the Tao of space, Yang Kai was confident he was not inferior to this Mo Xiaosheng. In fact, if it was just a contest of space force, Yang Kai estimated that he could easily crush the other party. After all, Yang Kai's space blade was an incredibly lethal technique, one that not just anyone could understand. However, this Mo Xiaosheng had lived many more years than Yang Kai, so he may have his own unique comprehensions about the Tao of space. Therefore, he should not be underestimated. If Yang Kai could find an opportunity to have an exchange with this elder Mo, he might be able to obtain some positive results. But that was clearly impossible. With Heaven battling Union's arrogant and aloof behavior, if Yang Kai exposed his proficiency with Space Force, it would only bring him trouble. So as quickly as Yang Kai had this thought, he also dismissed it. Meanwhile, standing atop the high platform, Ren Rue lightly fanned himself with his paper fan, a gentle smile adorning his face as he carefully listened to the two elders from these two great forces argue back and forth. Every time one of them spoke, it made Ren Rue all the happier. Heaven battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had always been somewhat incompatible. So this competition for the spirit storage bead was not just a financial competition but also one for the face of their sect. As such, neither of these two was willing to show weakness. After an incense stick worth of time, Changpeng Xian shouted a sky-high price of 10 million St. Crystals, causing all the cultivators in the hall to audibly gasp. In all fairness, the spirit storage bead was an excellent treasure, but 10 million St. Crystals had obviously far exceeded its true value. If Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven battling Union had not stepped forward to compete with Changpeng Xian, the price would never have reached such an outrageous level. By now, whether it was Changpeng Xian or Mo Xiaosheng, both were feeling quite annoyed. The two of them naturally knew that fighting like this would only result in Treasure Trove Pavilion profiting. But both were riding a tiger now with no way to vent their anger, so they could only choke down their bitterness and continue to bid. 10 million St. Crystals was not a big deal for their respective sects, but it was also not a figure to casually be wasted. This many St. Crystals would be sufficient for several elite disciples to cultivate for a lifetime, but the spirit storage bead could only be used by a single person a few times. Both third-order origin returning realm masters ground their teeth while cursing at each other. After the price reached 10 million, Heaven battling Union remained silent. It seemed that Mo Xiaosheng was weighing the gains and losses of continuing this struggle. It was at that moment that another voice suddenly called out, 10 million 10,000. In an instant, almost all eyes in the hall gathered on this new bidder, and were shocked to discover that the one who had called such a grand price was not from any of the private rooms but was instead a young cultivator in the main hall. This cultivator's realm was not too high, just third-order Saint King realm, and the clothes he wore were quite ordinary. This young man was the very definition of a generic shadowed star cultivator, and from the fact that he was sitting in the main hall to participate in the auction, it was clear his background was not high. Still, simply calling out such a price made many in the hall admire this young man's guts and courage. One had to know that the two who were competing fiercely just now were elders of Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven battling Union. Two people no one wanted to offend, but now this young man had suddenly stepped in and outbid them. The price this young man shouted was exactly 10,000 more St. Crystals than the previous bid, just in line with the rules Treasure Trove Pavilion set out for this auction item. Not only were many cultivators wondering about this youth's identity, even Ren Rue, who had been as stable as a mountain, frowned slightly as he cast a suspicious glance towards this young man, wondering where he came from and how he possessed such massive net worth. Even stared at by everyone in the hall, this young cultivator looked perfectly at ease, seemingly not feeling the slightest pressure or tension at all, winning him some approving nods from the masters in the crowd. Lu Yi. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes from inside room B13, staring at the young man down in the hall who had just bid with a look of disbelief. What shocked Yang Kai wasn't that Lu Yi had come to participate in this auction. Flowing Cloud Valley wasn't a giant force, but it was still at least a second-class sect, so Lu Yi was naturally eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion as the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley. He simply wasn't fortunate enough to obtain a private room and could only sit in the crowded hall. No, what shocked Yang Kai was Lu Ye's arm. At this moment, both Lu Ye's arms were completely intact, neither one of them missing. How is that possible? Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. He clearly remembered that he had cut off one of Lu Ye's arms during their fight for the red candle stalk in the flowing flame sand field. At that time, Lu Yi had quickly fled, but Yang Kai still vividly remembered the scene. Yet now, the severed arm had somehow grown back, and judging from the color and aura fluctuations, this new arm wasn't some kind of prosthesis or artifact. It was clearly a flesh and blood arm. How did he do that? Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Regrowing a severed limb was something that only happened in legendary tales, not to mention that Lu Yi was just a trivial Saint King realm cultivator. Yang Kai suddenly found that he had underestimated Lu Yi. Solely from the fact that he was able to regenerate his severed arm, it was clear that this person still had many shocking secrets. This person? Just as Yang Kai was feeling puzzled, Yang Yen suddenly frowned and stared towards Lu Yi down below, a thoughtful look flashing across her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. I don't know why, but for some reason I find him quite repugnant. Yang Yen shook her head slowly, her pretty face filling with suspicion. But this is the first time I've seen him. You just called him Lu Yi? Do you have some kind of grudge with him? Yes. I don't know why, but this person tried to kill me back in the flowing flame sand field. Yang Kai snorted. His grievances with Lu Yi were indeed inexplicable. His opponent had suddenly attacked him for no reason, and directed a kind of malice towards him that said it was impossible for them to coexist under the heavens. Yang Kai had carefully thought about it, but before going to the flowing flame sand field, he was certain he had never even met Lu Yi. Indeed, inside the flowing flame sand field, they hadn't even exchanged greetings before suddenly becoming life or death enemies. Be careful of this person. He seems very dangerous. Yang Yen made a point to warn Yang Kai. I know. Yang Yen didn't need to warn him as Yang Kai already understood this point. However, he couldn't help wondering where Lu Yi managed to obtain so many Saint Crystals to bid on this spirit storage bead. According to his understanding, Flowing Cloud Valley was actually quite weak among second-class sects, barely stronger than some small families, with the sect master only being a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and totaling in only 300 or 400 disciples. The territory they controlled wasn't wealthy, and they possessed no Saint Crystal mines. So where had these 10 million Saint Crystals come from? Haha, Brother Chang, I believe as elders we should be generous with the younger generation. Since this little friend wants the spirit storage bead, this MO will withdraw. Just as Yang Kai was immersed in his suspicions, he heard MO Xiao Sheng's hearty laughter from Heaven Battling Union's private room. Immediately afterwards, Chang Peng Xian snorted in response. Humph, old ghost MO. Stop putting on a righteous act. Since you're willing to give up, then this Chang will also bow out. These words made it seem like he no longer had any interest in this spirit storage bead. But many of the cultivators present weren't fooled by this. They naturally understood that these two old men were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to dump this spirit storage bead onto someone else. From another perspective, this young man, for the price of 10,010,000 Saint Crystals, had not only won the spirit storage bead, but had also sold a favor to these two powerful figures. Considering all this, many people secretly felt regret. If they had only thought of this sooner, they would have willingly paid such a price for this prize. Although 10 million Saint Crystals wasn't a small amount, if they could exchange that for an opportunity to become friends with these two elders, it would certainly have been worth it. But even if they understood this now, if they were given the chance once more, they still might not have had the guts to enter such a bid. If these two old men saw it as an affront instead of a favor, wouldn't they have brought disaster down upon themselves? This young man's decisiveness and boldness made many admire him. Rintian Rue stood on the high platform, called the last price 3 times, and, since no one upbid again, the spirit storage bead was purchased by Lu Yi for a price of 10,010,000 Saint Crystals. Immediately, someone led Lu Yi to the back of the auction hall where the transaction was completed. The auction continued soon after and became more spirited, with the atmosphere being heated up after the first item. Treasure Trove Pavilion hosting an auction at this time was indeed a good idea. Each treasure that appeared set off an intense competition between the gathered cultivators, causing the prices to rise sharply. Rintian Rue stood atop the high platform, fanning himself with his folding fan, the whole time appearing aloof and harmless. But he didn't fail to live up to his nickname of Little Black Face as he quietly pushed the audience along to lift each auctioned item's price well above their original value. However, most of the cultivators present seemed unaware of the clever means he was using to accomplish this, causing those who did understand to admire Xianxia's methods. The items sold in this auction were all very useful for cultivators. Artifacts, pills, secret arts, secret techniques, spirit grasses, precious ores, and so on. Yang Kai didn't participate at all. Simply sitting in room B13 and listening to Yang Yen describe the auctioned items while enjoying a comfortable massage from Qing'er. Although these items were indeed good, he had no use for them as it wasn't difficult to acquire such things through Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall's channels. On the whole, the first half of the auction went smoothly, with most of the items being things that could be bought with Saint Crystals under normal circumstances. Most of the bidders were cultivators in the main hall, while the masters from the private rooms rarely participated unless something they truly needed appeared. Nevertheless, during the second half of the auction, the masters from the private rooms bid frequently, but the items being auctioned now weren't things the cultivators in the main hall were qualified to compete for in the first place. Surprisingly, the young man who won the first auctioned item participated in this second half multiple times, showing off his huge financial resources. It wasn't long before the number of Saint Crystals he spent exceeded 40 million. Lu Ye's actions naturally stunned Yang Kai, but soon his mouth curled into a sneering smile. Without a strong sect as a backer, Lu Yi showing off his wealth like this was akin to drawing trouble to himself. Sitting in his private room, Yang Kai felt many powerful divine senses continuously sweep towards Lu Yi. After the auction ended, Yang Kai didn't doubt these people would try to talk with Lu Yi. This was something Yang Kai was happy to see. No matter what reason Lu Yi had for targeting him, since the other party had taken the initiative to attack, they were now enemies. Since Lu Yi was asking for trouble, Yang Kai was content to stand by and watch, hoping very much that someone would be able to kill him. However, this Lu Yi was clearly not ordinary as he was still able to calmly sit inside the hall with so many malicious eyes peering towards him, not showing the slightest intention to leave, as if he was intent on continuing to participate in the auction. With each item being sold off, the auction gradually approached its finale. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat nervous now as he waited for the item he needed to appear. Unfortunately, there had been no trace of it until now, causing Yang Kai to grow anxious and wonder if Treasure Trove Pavilion had suddenly changed its mind and withdrawn it from the auction. However, when he thought about it, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had advertised that this item would be sold on the invitations it sent out, and those invitations had been widely distributed, it was highly unlikely they would suddenly withdraw it lest they ruin their own reputation. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this though, atop the high platform down below, another beautifully dressed woman walked out with an exquisite jade plate, and although the item to be auctioned was covered with a red cloth like always, when Yang Kai's divine sense swept it, a look of joy filled his face and he hurriedly sat up in preparation. The item he was here for had finally appeared. At the same time, divine senses also swept forward from all the private rooms and soon even the cultivators in the main hall began whispering amongst themselves. The reason for this was simple, it was because the item being auctioned this time seemed a bit unusual. When the jade plate appeared, everyone felt an invisible energy emanating from it. One that felt like an invisible blade cutting against their skin. What could this be? The crowd sat up and stared curiously, anticipating this item's reveal. Rue was very satisfied with everyone's response and tapped his folding fan against his shoulder as he smiled lightly. The next item to be auctioned is something which one may only see once in 10,000 years, an incredibly rare treasure. When this treasure was first discovered, this Ren was actually unable to identify it and could only conclude it was some kind of precious material. However, to many seniors who cultivate some special secret arts or techniques, it certainly has great uses. Enough flowery words. Let this old master see what it is. From one of the private rooms in the A block, an old yet dignified voice called out. There was a hint of anxiety in this voice, however, clearly indicating that the owner placed a great deal of importance on this auctioned item. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he secretly felt that obtaining this item would not be as simple as he imagined. Oh, is this not Senior Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple? Senior need not be so anxious. This junior will let you see this treasure clearly. Rintian Rue immediately exposed the identity of the person who spoke before reaching out and lifting the red cloth. Instantly, a dazzling golden light blossomed, causing many of the cultivators in the hall with lower strength to feel a stinging pain in their eyes, forcing them to look away or close them. Even those of higher strength had to condense Saint Qi into their eyes in order to clearly see through this golden radiance. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed, but after seeing through the golden light clearly, his heart filled with excitement. Atop the jade plate was a fist-sized lumpy piece of unidentifiable, or that had a pure gold color. What was shocking about this, or though, was that there were runes flowing across its surface. Obviously, it was sealed under a barrier arranged by some powerful master to prevent its aura from leaking out. But even so, everyone in the auction hall could clearly feel the sharp energy radiating from it. It was already like this in a sealed state, so what would happen if the seal was broken? The cultivators in the hall with slightly lower strength here likely wouldn't even be able to approach this or in its raw form. This item was clearly unusual, but the number of people who recognized what it was very small. Everyone only knew that it was definitely a rare treasure. It only made sense for Treasure Trove Pavilion to auction this off as its finale item. Good, ha ha ha. This Jean has struggled for most of his life searching for this but never expected to see it here today. Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation for gathering treasures from all over the world is well-deserved. The master named Xianxia laughed, seemingly immensely satisfied with this and extremely determined to obtain it. Do you want this? Yang Yan glanced suspiciously towards Yang Kai inside. Yang Kai was clearly excited, so how could Yang Yan not see his thoughts? Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Yan nodded but didn't ask why Yang Kai wanted this or what he planned on doing with it. The young Qinger obviously overheard this, and a look of joy flashed across her face. But soon that look turned to one of worry as she said, Senior, Elder Jean of Demon Blood Temple, seems to want this item too. This is an auction, so the highest bidder will win it. Yang Kai grinned. He had brought 70 million Saint Crystals this time, so he wasn't afraid of fighting Xianxia for this. After all, during the auction, Demon Blood Temple had already purchased a number of items for quite a sum. Qinger nodded docilely and said, Then I wish Senior a swift victory. I'll be taking advantage of your auspicious words. Yang Kai grinned. He naturally knew why this little girl seemed anxious. It was because if he participated in this auction and successfully obtained this item, she would receive a reward from Treasure Trove Pavilion, and this reward would be directly proportional to the price Yang Kai paid. Before now, Yang Kai had not bid on anything, so naturally she wouldn't be receiving any special reward. However, if Yang Kai won this item, the reward given by her Treasure Trove Pavilion would be enough for her to enjoy for a very long time. This matter was explained by Qinger herself without Yang Kai needing to ask her about it. This entire time, this little girl had served them very attentively, so naturally Yang Kai didn't mind giving her some small benefits. Forgive this old master's ignorance, but what exactly is this thing? Old Ghost Jean, why are you so eager to obtain it? Another strange voice called out from a different private room, and from what was said, it seemed this individual couldn't identify this, or it wasn't as if this individual was ignorant and uninformed, but rather that in the vast star field, there were so many kinds of materials and this particular ore was extremely rare. Xianxia being able to identify it was because he cultivated a special secret art that required this kind of ore, so he actively paid attention to and searched for it. Only someone like Yang Yan, who seemed to possess infinite knowledge, would be able to identify this kind of material offhand, but people like her were obviously a rare minority. Oh, it's understandable that Senior Jean will be this excited. After all, this profound gold is of great benefit to the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art Senior Jean cultivates. With this profound gold as an auxiliary, I presume Senior Jean reaching the grand accomplishment stage is just around the corner. Rintian Rue spoke openly, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know Xianxia's personal details. Profound gold. The person who spoke before heard this name, seemed to think of something and called out in surprise. Little brat Run, your only job is to host an auction, not spread around information about this old master's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Jin Shi snapped in annoyance as he naturally understood Ren Tianrui's malicious intentions here. If they were anywhere else right now, Jin Shi would definitely have taken action to teach Ren Tianrui a harsh lesson. But they were currently inside Treasure Trove Pavilion, so even if he was angry, he had no choice but to endure it. Perhaps because of the thinly veiled threat Ren Tianrui gave just now, the difficulty of winning this profound gold would increase greatly. After all, Demon Blood Temple had many enemies, and they would not want him to easily obtain this profound gold. Please forgive me, Senior. This junior clearly spoke too much just now. Ren Tianrui seemed to know that he was wrong and quickly bowed in apology. However, words spoken were like water spilling. There was no way to take it back. Although Ren Tianrui seemed to be apologizing, behind his seemingly fearful expression was a trace of pride. To Treasure Trove Pavilion, it didn't matter who won this profound gold, as long as they could sell it for a high price. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and start the auction. Jin Shi urged strongly in his annoyance. Good. Ren Tianrui smiled, pointing his folding fan at the profound gold and declaring loudly. For this 1 kilogram piece of profound gold, the starting price is 5 million St. Crystals. Everyone, please. 10 million. As soon as Ren Tianrui's words fell, Jin Shi called out, directly doubling the price, demonstrating his determination to obtain this profound gold. It was no secret now that he needed this piece of profound gold, so he had no reason to hold back. Heh! Such a rare artifact refining material. Just what this old master needs for his golden bone shield. 10.1 million. Heaven Battling Union's Mo Xiaoshang's voice sounded. This old master will also join in the excitement. 10.5 million. Chang Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect chimed in, seemingly not wanting to be outdone. 11 million. Another husky voice sounded from a different private room. An old woman's voice at that. 12 million. Inside Demon Blood Temple's private room, Jin Shi's expression was ugly to the extreme. Although he knew that Demon Blood Temple had many enemies and that obtaining this profound gold would definitely be difficult, he hadn't anticipated that 6 other people would actually try to compete with him. Worse, these 6 all had equal status and strength to him, so there was no way he could suppress them in any way. Frustrated by this development, he angrily shouted, 20 million! Brother Jin's boldness is admirable, but you don't really believe you can obtain this piece of profound gold for a trivial 20 million, do you? Brother Jin should stop dreaming. This old woman bids 25 million. The old lady sneered and raised the price by 5 million directly. However, this price only lasted a moment before a higher one replaced it. This wasn't surprising though, as this profound gold was truly rare. Ren Tianrui wasn't exaggerating when he introduced it before. This kind of rare material was really something that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Whether it was used for artifact refining or to cultivate a special secret art, it would yield great benefits. For a time, bids came flying in from the private rooms of the auction hall, and the price for this profound gold soared to a height which shocked countless people as they secretly admired these great sects. The amount of St. Crystals being quoted here was high enough to allow a small sect or family develop worry-free for many years. These great forces were actually willing to spend this much for a single small piece of material. Inside room B13, Yang Kai remained silent, not participating in this competition at all because he knew that the current price was far from what it would eventually sell for. As such, he didn't want to waste his energy and instead was waiting for his competitors to drop out. 40 million. Jin Shi's voice sounded again. This piece of profound gold had heated the auction up to new heights, but it was still far from over. After shouting this price, Jin Shi called out again. This profound gold is truly important to this Jin. If fellow friends are willing to relinquish it to me, this Jin will always remember it in his heart and will certainly return the favor in the future. Even now, no one was willing to withdraw, causing Jin Shi's heart to pound like a drum. Seeing the price continue to rise, he faintly felt it wouldn't be long before it surpassed his limit, so he chose to speak out. As soon as this remark came out, the bids from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect stopped, as it seemed Chang Peng Xian and Mo Xiaoshang were weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, Mo Xiaoshang let out a laugh and said aloud, "Since Brother Jin has said so, this Mo will withdraw." And, in any case, no artifact refiner can properly refine this grade of material, so using it on this old master's golden bone shield would be a careless waste of heaven's precious gifts. Immediately afterwards, several other masters who had been participating in this bidding war also expressed their willingness to withdraw. It wasn't that Xianxia's face was so big, but rather, all of them knew how determined he was to obtain this profound gold. Continuing to fight over it would only result in Treasure Trove Pavilion and Rentian picking up a bargain. Instead of allowing this little brat with a slippery tongue to profit, it would be better to sell a favor to Xianxia. What's more, even if they bought this profound gold for themselves, it didn't really have a big use to them. Although it was a very high grade, or there was no artifact refiner capable of using it to its fullest, so what point was there struggling over it to this extent? Seeing this, Xianxia calmed down and offered some words of thanks. Humph. Old ghost Jean, just because you say this profound gold has a big use to you, you think this old woman will simply hand it over? 41 million. The old woman's voice sounded again, but contrary to the others, she didn't give Xianxia any face. Old woman Feng, what do you want this profound gold for? If you don't make yourself clear immediately, this old master will not forgive you. Xianxia was furious. Everyone else had known when to back down, but this old woman Feng seemed intent on competing with him. Unable to stand it anymore, Xianxia erupted in fury. You think this old woman is afraid of you? Old woman Feng seemed to also have a bad temper and, hearing Xianxia's threat, she immediately snapped back dismissively. Inside the private rooms of these two great forces, the auras of two third-order origin returning realm masters surged upwards, and their words were quickly filling with hostility. You too. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Please act with some restraint. Suddenly, from somewhere undisclosed, a faint voice called out. Hearing this voice, old woman Feng and Xianxia's looks both changed slightly as they seemingly remembered something and quickly withdrew their auras. The cultivators in the main hall all panted for breath as lingering fear filled their faces. Rentian, who was still standing atop the high platform, couldn't help wiping his cold sweat as well. Although Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions have had some minor incidents in the past, if these two people had really exchanged blows, the matter would not have ended with just some small consequences. Thinking for a moment, Rentian opened his mouth and said, "Please do not feel aggrieved, Senior Jean. Since Senior Feng insists on participating in this auction, she must naturally have a use for this profound gold." And what use would that be? Xianxia coldly snorted, obviously not believing Rentian words so easily. Rentian, however, just smiled lightly and said, "As far as this junior knows, the Golden Thunder Vein Lion, which has accompanied Senior Feng for most of her life, should have need of this profound gold to assist it with breaking through." Golden Thunder Vein Lion, Demon Blood Temple's elder Xianxia exclaimed with a hint of fear in his voice. Many of the masters in the other private rooms also frowned, seemingly quite wary of this Golden Thunder Vein Lion. Qinger, where does this Senior Feng come from? What kind of monster beast is that Golden Thunder Vein Lion? Xianxia turned to the young girl standing nearby and asked. Qinger smiled and replied softly, "Senior, this Senior Feng is an elder of Myriad Beast Mountain, and that Golden Thunder Vein Lion is her companion monster beast which is connected to Senior Feng's life. It is said that this Golden Thunder Vein Lion is a variant of a powerful ancient species, and is currently a 9th-order monster beast. In terms of strength, it is probably equivalent to a 2nd-order origin returning realm master. Senior Feng has apparently just recently broken through to the 3rd-order origin realm, but if she works together with her companion monster beast, the two should be able to display strength equal to an established 3rd-order origin realm master. Myriad Beast Mountain? Xianxia raised his brow. He had long heard about this great force which was capable of taming and controlling monster beasts. Xianxia had also briefly encountered a group of Myriad Beast Mountain disciples in the Flowing Flame Sandfield. This sect seemed to be situated close to Colored Glass sect, and there was clearly some friction between the two forces. As for the companion monster beasts that Qinger spoke of, Xianxia had also heard about them. Myriad Beast Mountain cultivators cultivated somewhat differently from other cultivators. Every myriad beast mountain disciple had their own companion monster beast, and their strength would improve together with the said monster beasts. If their companion monster beast broke through, it would be of great assistance to their cultivation as well, possibly even providing an opportunity to break through their own bottlenecks. According to Xianxia, this old woman Feng had just reached the third-order origin returning realm, but if her golden thunder vein lion was able to obtain this profound gold, it was very likely that the pair's strength would increase dramatically. Once her companion monster beast broke through as well, if they worked together, they would be able to overpower most lone third-order origin returning realm masters. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately understood why this old woman Feng was competing with Xianxia for the profound gold. At the same time, Xianxia felt a slight headache coming on. Whether it was old woman Feng or Xianxia, both had great need of this profound gold, so they were unlikely to give it up. The only way Xianxia could obtain it now was through outbidding them. Little brat, run. Does your treasure trove pavilion not only gather treasures from around the world but information as well? Old woman Feng's voice was mixed with a trace of annoyance, obviously because Rintian Rue had exposed her reason for wanting this profound gold. Rintian Rue, who was standing atop the high platform, laughed lightly but didn't dare respond. Humph, even so, this old master won't easily give up. Your little beast may need this profound gold, but this old master needs it more. 42 million. Old woman Feng hadn't had time to raise its price yet when all of a sudden a melodious giggle, full of seductive flavor, rang out from a nearby private room. This junior would also like to join the fun. 43 million. Xianxia was startled and the corner of his mouth curled upwards slightly, revealing a strange smile. It was a natural reaction, though, as the one who just bid was none other than Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. It wasn't surprising that she was here. After all, Dai Yuan had told Xianxia the last time she came to Dragon Cave Mountain that Yin Su Dai was leading the team Colored Glass Sect had sent to monitor the Emperor Garden. However, her daring to bid now should be on instructions from the elders of her sect. Colored Glass Sect and Myriad Beast Mountain had always been incompatible with one another. So naturally, they weren't just going to stand by and watch old woman Feng obtain this profound gold which would allow her strength to soar. This was a great opportunity. Xianxia was still thinking about how to enter this bidding war without being too noticeable. Now Yin Su Dai calling out this price had given him his chance. Not hesitating, Xianxia quickly followed up, 50 million. A burst of noise immediately spread throughout the auction hall while, in private room B13, Xianxia's beautiful eyes opened wide as she stared at Xianxia in shock. It seemed she had not thought Xianxia possessed such great wealth. Two new voices suddenly joining this auction caused the already tense atmosphere to become even more treacherous. Good, good, good. Old woman Feng ground her teeth and coldly snorted. Truly interesting. It seems many stray cats and dogs dare to fight for this old woman's thing. Are you not afraid of paying out money but failing to receive anything in the end? The implied threat in her tone was so apparent that Rintian Rue, who was standing atop the high platform, immediately narrowed his eyes coldly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had held many auctions in the past, and although masters from various forces would always furiously compete for items, even coming to blows once the auction was over, sometimes resulting in deaths, no one had ever dared utter blatant threats while still inside the hall. After all, such a statement was showing naked disdain for Treasure Trove Pavilion's authority and credibility. As such, Rintian Rue sullenly called out, Senior Feng, I only want to hear such words spoken once in my Treasure Trove Pavilion. If it happens again, Myriad Beast Mountain will be forever banned from attending our auctions. Please consider carefully. Although Rintian Rue's cultivation wasn't high, he was representing Treasure Trove Pavilion at the moment, so his words naturally carried weight. Old woman Feng also seemed to realize that her words had been out of line and let out a peal of hoarse laughter. Little brat, run. There's no need to get so worked up. This old woman was just making a joke, of course. This matter will be settled through bidding. I see. Rintian Rue suddenly smiled happily, fanning himself lightly as he nodded. It seems this junior became over-anxious. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn, Senior Feng. Good. For this profound gold, does Senior Jean wish to enter a new bid? Naturally, 51 million. 60 million. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, immediately entering this price without even raising his brow. To him, the biggest purpose of this trip was to obtain this piece of profound gold, so he was naturally not going to back down. Even if he had to spend all his fortune, he would acquire it. At this point, there were still a number of people competing for this profound gold, so Yang Kai felt he had to display some financial prowess and determination by sharply raising the price in order to deter others. The private room belonging to Myriad Beast Mountain suddenly fell silent. It seemed that this price had exceeded Old Woman Feng's bottom line. This profound gold was indeed valuable, but apparently not more than 60 million Saint crystals. On the contrary, Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple said after a moment of hesitation, 60.1 million. If you can offer a higher price, this old master will withdraw. 60 million Saint crystals had obviously also exceeded Xianxia's bottom line. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and shouted, 60.2 million. He only added 100,000, which was the minimum upbid. Good, good, good. Xianxia said good 3 times in succession, with everyone able to hear the dark emotion in his voice. However, he really didn't increase the price further, allowing Yang Kai to relax as this profound gold was now in all likelihood his. Treasure Trove Pavilion was obviously very satisfied with such a price and with a big happy smile on his face. Rentian Rue looked up to private room B13 and said, "Is there any higher bid? If not, this run will begin the countdown." Good. 60.2 million once, 60.2 million twice, 61 million. Just as Yang Kai was full of confidence and was preparing to have Qinger receive the profound gold, a new voice suddenly called out from inside the hall. Yang Kai was startled, but as he traced the voice back to its source, he couldn't help clenching his teeth, because he found that the one who had suddenly raised the price at the last moment was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Lu Yi had completely exposed himself to the limelight during this auction by bidding numerous times on various treasures, spending tens of millions of Saint crystals. This was completely unheard of for a small cultivator from a small sect, and many people were now secretly paying attention to him. However, instead of knowing when to conceal his abilities and wealth, Lu Yi had actually swaggered out at the last moment and drawn everyone's attention back onto himself. However, since the price had been refreshed, Yang Kai, of course, refused to show any weakness, gritting his teeth and immediately going all in. 70 million. Ren Tianrue raised his brow atop the high platform as he turned his attention to Lu Yi, seemingly expecting him to bid again. But to his disappointment, Lu Yi only offered a single bid, after which he stayed silent, shooting a meaningful grin up towards Yang Kai, one filled with pride and sarcasm. Fuck! Yang Kai cursed to himself as his face sank, understanding that he had been badly cheated. If he hadn't bid just now, it would surely have caused great trouble for Lu Yi, because he absolutely didn't have enough Saint crystals on him anymore to pay up. Lu Yi had only called out a new price to coax Yang Kai into upbidding him, and in a moment of carelessness, Yang Kai had fallen into this pit. Understanding this, Yang Kai's mood plummeted as he felt like he had just been forced to swallow a fly. Yang Kai wasn't too distressed over the extra Saint crystals he was forced to pay, but rather that he had missed an opportunity to cause trouble for Lu Yi. Treasure Trove Pavilion had its own rules. If a cultivator didn't have enough Saint crystals but still bid with malicious intentions, they would surely pursue and kill this agitator after the auction ended. This was a heaven-sent opportunity Yang Kai had just missed, so his face was naturally quite ugly. But soon, a smile returned to his face as he calmed himself. If you often walk next to the river, how can you not wet your shoes? There was nothing to do but continue walking and see what the future had in store. After the price of 70 million Saint crystals was called, no one made another bid. Ren Tianrue happily completed his 3 count and announced at last that this piece of profound gold belonged to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it to Qinger, ordering her to retrieve his winnings from Treasure Trove Pavilion, an order she carried out swiftly. At this moment, another item was brought up to auction, a 9th order monster beast egg, and like Old Woman Feng's Golden Thunder Vein Lion, it too traced its lineage to a powerful ancient monster beast. Although not as powerful as the Golden Thunder Vein Lion, it was still quite precious. Such a good thing naturally caused many people to furiously bid for it, especially Myriad Beast Mountain, which truly spared no effort. After all, this was a ninth-order monster beast's egg. As long as it was properly cultivated, it would be akin to one day adding another third-order origin returning Realm Master to a sect. This beast egg was eventually snatched by Myriad Beast Mountain for the not high but not low price of 36 million. Several other finale items were brought up one after another following this beast egg, and each one was sold for several times its initial price, causing the cultivators sitting in the main hall to be struck speechless. As the last few items were being auctioned, Xianxia was naturally sitting on the sidelines. All of the Saint crystals he had taken from Wuxia had already been used to buy the profound gold, so he no longer had the capital to fight for other things. Having said that, although the last few auction items were all quite good, Xianxia was not interested in any of them. After an incense stick worth of time, Qinger returned along with a jade box. Handing this box to Xianxia respectfully, she congratulated him. "Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining the item you desired. Please accept this." Xianxia naturally accepted it with a smile and opened the jade box to take a look. Inside he found the piece of profound gold he had bid on. It was the size of a goose egg, and its entire body radiated a pure golden radiance. This piece of profound gold was sealed by powerful masters with a strong barrier, but it still could not stop the strong metal aura from overflowing from it. The sharpness of this aura was not to be underestimated. The best way to describe this profound gold was as an invisible sharp blade. Xianxia happily played with it for a while before storing it away into his black book space. The reason he acquired this profound gold was naturally in preparation to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. If one wanted to cultivate this body tempering secret art, they first needed to find 5 extremely precious treasures from the 5 elements. Of these 5 treasures, Xianxia already possessed the thunder wood, profound in sunflower water, and sun's true essence. Now that he had acquired this profound gold, the only precious treasure he still needed was one of the earth attribute. Once he found such a treasure, he would be able to start cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Xianxia actually thought about asking Treasure Trove Pavilion to help him with this matter. After all, this great force was dedicated to searching the world for precious treasures. As such, after this auction ended, Xianxia felt that he should pay a visit to Yanpei. He did not believe the other party would refuse as long as he offered a sufficient price. In a good mood, Xianxia naturally wasn't going to be stingy with his reward, so he quickly waved his hand and gave Qinger several bottles of pills, a good artifact, and many Saint crystals. The pills were all refined by him personally, so their quality was naturally superb, while the artifact was one Yang Yen had refined and was also equally excellent. These things were all quite suitable for this little girl to use right now, and although there weren't so many Saint crystals, only a couple tens of thousands, for a cultivator at Qinger's level, it would be enough to support her cultivation for quite some time. Naturally, this made Qinger extremely happy. Just then, Ren Rue's slightly excited voice came from below. "Friends, this auction has been very fulfilling and will end here. Many thanks to all of you for traveling from afar to participate. And though the auction has ended, please remain for a moment. My Treasure Trove Pavilion has been entrusted by a powerful secluded master with a certain request." "Ren boy, what is this all about?" Immediately, a master from one of the great forces asked. Ren Rue just smiled lightly, however, and gestured towards the rear while bowing slightly. The crowd all followed this gesture with their eyes, but soon could not help recoiling slightly, because the one who emerged from the shadows was none other than old black-face Yanpei. "Hee, friends, there's no need to act so nervous. Since the auction is over, there will be no more items sold. This yen was only entrusted by an old friend to discuss a certain matter with all of you," Yanpei said unhurriedly. "What is this matter for discussion? If you want to fart, put it out quickly. We don't have time to waste here with any nonsense." Obviously not everyone believed Yanpei, and many remained on high alert. "My old friend simply wanted to propose an exchange of goods." Yanpei did not keep everyone guessing, and after lightly explaining, he took an item from his space ring and held it up high in front of the crowd. The masters in the hall all released their divine senses to carefully scrutinize this object. A moment later, a burst of exclamations sounded. This is... No, could it possibly be? There's a lingering emperor pressure about it, so there's no chance we're mistaken. I never dreamed that legend was actually true. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai also stared at the object in Yen Pei's hand with a stunned expression on his face. As he was lost in thought, though, he suddenly realized something was off and turned to look at Yang Yen, who he saw was wearing a look of excitement and hesitation. Her two pink fists clenched tightly with her nails unconsciously almost piercing into her flesh. Star Emperor Token. Mo Xiaoshang's exclamation sounded. Brother Yen, forgive this old master's limited vision, but is the object in your hand truly a legendary Star Emperor token? Yen Pei smiled lightly. Since Brother Mo already knows, why ask this, Yen? Presumably, most of you present have reached this conclusion, yes. It's really a Star Emperor token? Not a fake. If it was a fake, how could this Yen take it out? Yen Pei snorted. This Yen and several others from Treasure Trove Pavilion have personally appraised this and determined it to be a genuine Star Emperor token. After all, the faint remnant Emperor pressure around it is something no one can imitate. Rumor has it that the Starry Sky Great Emperor refined 10 of these Star Emperor tokens, each of which sealed one of his divine abilities. Each of these divine abilities can only be described as heaven-destroying and earth-shattering, moving mountains and filling seas. Could it be that it is so for this one too? Chang Peng Xian's voice was filled with excitement. If this was truly one of the 10 Star Emperor tokens refined by the Starry Sky Great Emperor, as long as one could possess it, they would essentially be invincible. The Starry Sky Great Emperor was an existence above the Origin King realm. On top of that, there were no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so who could possibly compete with the divine ability sealed inside a Star Emperor token? All the masters from each of the great forces had this thought, and, in an instant, they fixed hot eyes on this Star Emperor token, causing the atmosphere inside Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction hall to become incredibly tense. Yen Pei was carefully observing everyone's mood and understood that countless people now felt intense greed in their hearts towards this token. But he still didn't rush and simply explained slowly. This is indeed one of the 10 Star Emperor tokens, but the divine ability that was sealed inside of it has already been used, so do not even consider it. There was a slight implied warning in his words. Hearing this, many of the masters felt like they had cold water splashed onto them. This only made sense, though. If the Star Emperor token was completely intact, no fool would ever take it out to trade, nor would Yen Pei make its existence public. Its divine ability has already been used. A pity, a pity. Mo Xiaosheng's tone was extremely deflated as he let out a long sigh. Humph, old ghost Mo. Do you not want to obtain this Star Emperor token even though its divine ability has already been used up? Chang Peng Xian sneered. Does Brother Chang not have the same idea? Mo Xiaosheng did not mind the sarcasm in Chang Peng Xian's voice and readily admitted his intentions. Brother Yen, what use does this Star Emperor token have now that its divine ability has been used up? Someone asked. Yen Pei calmly answered. Although the divine ability in this Star Emperor token has already been expended, the token itself is by no means useless. After all, it is a treasure personally refined by the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Without even mentioning the remaining Emperor pressure inside that one can meditate on and gain inspiration from, just the material this token is refined from is beyond the understanding of my Treasure Trove Pavilion. Perhaps others know of even more uses for this Star Emperor token. That being said, the value of this Star Emperor token is still not too high. What, may I ask? Does Brother Yen want an exchange for it? Mo Xiaosheng asked after he pondered over the matter for a moment. Even if the divine ability of this Star Emperor token had already been used, the token still retained tremendous research value, so Mo Xiaosheng was certainly not willing to miss an opportunity to acquire it. Many other masters had similar thoughts to him, some of them echoing Mo Xiaosheng's sentiments. Yes, Brother Yen, with all of Shadowed Star's great sects here, there's a good chance one of us has what you want. Please tell us what your friend is seeking. Perhaps one of our sects will have it in our treasuries. Yang Pei shook his head lightly. What my old friend wants in exchange for this is not something easily found. This made sense. If whatever this person wanted was easy to find, With the strength and connections of Treasure Trove Pavilion, this Star Emperor token would have long ago landed in their pockets. So, although there were many people gathered here, Yan Pei did not have much confidence he could help his old friend acquire what they wanted. Well, what is it then? Out with it, Chang Peng Xian said impatiently. A flowing flame flying fire. Yan Pei revealed the answer. Your friend actually wants a flowing flame flying fire? Where are we supposed to find such a thing? The previous flowing flame sand field opening was over 400 years ago, and although it opened again just a few years ago, I haven't heard of any sect whose disciple managed to obtain one by luck. The auction hall instantly became noisy. Some masters inquired if this Star Emperor token could be exchanged for other valuable materials. Some others even proposed purchasing it with saint crystals. However, Old Black Face Yen just swung his head like a rattle and repeatedly said, "Forgive me, but this Star Emperor token is not my Treasure Trove Pavilion's thing. It was only entrusted to this yen to exchange specifically for a flowing flame flying fire. Of course, if there is anyone who can inform this yen about the location of a pool of soul-cleansing divine water, that will also be acceptable." Soul-cleansing divine water? Brother Yen must be joking. If any of us knew where such a treasure was, we would already have enjoyed it for ourselves. How could we possibly exchange it for a useless Star Emperor token? Many of the masters present felt deeply annoyed, thinking that the owner of this Star Emperor token was being too unreasonable. If they possessed a flowing flame flying fire, exchanging it for the Star Emperor token wouldn't count as a loss. But soul-cleansing divine water was known as one of the star field's 3 great divine waters, and its value was immeasurable. No fool would exchange it for a used Star Emperor token. Inside private room B13, on the other hand, Yang Kai and Yang Yen looked at each other with strange expressions. While no one else might have a flowing flame flying fire, Yang Kai did. Last time, in the flowing flame sandfield, Yang Kai obtained a total of 9 flowing flame flying fires, and besides the few he used and the 2 he gave Yang Yen, he still had 3 left. Yang Kai was thinking about finding time to refine them to enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge C. But having been busy with so many other things, he simply had not gotten around to it. Never had he expected that these flowing flame flying fires would suddenly come in handy like this. Yang Kai was no stranger to Star Emperor tokens, as he already possessed 2 of them. One of these 2 was given to him by the Origin King Realm Master Guizhu, while the other he had found deep inside the flowing flame sandfield. However, the one given to him by Guizhu actually still possessed its stored divine ability, while the one from the flowing flame sandfield was the same as the one Yan Pei now held, devoid of the Starry Sky Great Emperor's power. Should I trade for it? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his expression a little hesitant. Regarding this exchange, he was qualified to make it, but he felt that trading a flowing flame flying fire for a useless Star Emperor token wasn't quite worth it. You should, Yang Yen firmly declared. Oh? Why? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. I don't know, but I have a vague feeling that these Star Emperor tokens are useful for more than just the divine ability sealed inside of them. It must have other valuable secrets. This token possessing other secrets was a distinct possibility. However, to exchange for it, there probably wasn't a need to use a flowing flame flying fire. Yang Kai had some guesses about what the other party really wanted in exchange for this Star Emperor token, but he could not be sure yet. Regardless, each flowing flame flying fire was of great use to him for enhancing his conflagrated knowledge C. So if there was a chance to save it, Yang Kai was willing to try. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and prepared to make an exchange. Atop the high platform in the center of the auction hall, Yan Pei waited for half a stick of incense, but after seeing that no one was willing or able to make this exchange, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. It seems that none of you have a flowing flame flying fire or news of a pool of soul-cleansing divine water. All right. Very well. That is all. Thank you all again for attending this auction. Saying so, he turned away and left. Although the masters from the various great forces very much wanted to acquire the Star Emperor token, since none of them could meet the request of the token's owner, they could only shake their heads and sigh. They had no intention to snatch this token either. First of all, the divine ability it contained had already been used, rendering it mostly useless, but more importantly, Doing so would highly offend Treasure Trove Pavilion, which made it not worth it. Soon, the cultivators in the auction hall withdrew, but when Yang Kai glanced around the hall curiously, he suddenly discovered that Lu Yi had at some point disappeared. It appeared that even he knew he had shown off too much of his wealth and drawn too much attention to himself, making it dangerous for him to remain. Thus he quickly and quietly left. Yang Kai snorted and no longer paid any attention to the issue. In any case, the grievance between him and Lu Yi would be resolved sooner or later, so Yang Kai wasn't in a rush. Standing up, he turned to Qinger and said, "Take me to see Senior Yen. I have something I want to discuss with him." "Yes." Qinger nodded, not asking any questions before leading the way. Although Yang Kai had only bid on one item this auction, that alone was enough to prove his extraordinary wealth. On top of that, when he had arrived at Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qinger saw Yen Pei take the initiative to speak to Yang Kai and Yang Yen, indicating that the two of them weren't strangers. As such, Qinger knew that Yang Kai was qualified to meet with Yen Pei. Just after leaving private room B13, Yang Kai felt two subtle divine senses sweep over him, causing him to pause for a moment before he continued following after Qinger casually. Although he couldn't trace who was spying on him, Yang Kai had a fairly good guess. No doubt it was Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain and Jin Shi from Demon Blood Temple. During the auction, the one time Yang Kai bid on something, he had been competing against these two, and now it seemed they had not given up on acquiring the profound gold. Sneering dismissively in his heart, Yang Kai didn't show anything on his face. The divine senses that spied on him just now had come and gone rapidly, without showing any other intentions. After a while, Yang Kai arrived at one of Treasure Trove Pavilion's back rooms and sat down to wait. About half a cup of tea's worth of time later, old black-face Yen Pei opened the door with a smile, walked in, and greeted, "Little friend Yang." "Greetings, Senior Yen." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists. "You are very courteous. Please have a seat." Yen Pei gestured before walking over to a chair opposite Yang Kai, sitting down and asking, "Does little friend Yang have a matter he needs this old master's assistance with?" Senior Yen thoughts are indeed sharp. This junior does have something he wishes to ask Senior Yen to assist him with. Yang Kai grinned and added, "And to be precise, I want to borrow the strength of your noble establishment. Please go on. However, please keep in mind that my Treasure Trove Pavilion's primary objective is to earn profit. So even though this old master is happy to help little friend Yang, you will still have to pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals. Additionally, Treasure Trove Pavilion and this old master do not accept requests that require killing or pillaging. Junior naturally understands this and has no intention of violating Treasure Trove Pavilion's principles." "Very well." Yen Pei nodded in satisfaction. "N. Junior would like to request Treasure Trove Pavilion look for a precious treasure of the Earth attribute." "An Earth attribute precious treasure?" Yen Pei raised his brow as he observed Yang Kai and smiled meaningfully. "Today, little friend Yang spared no expense to obtain a piece of profound gold. And now you come requesting my Treasure Trove Pavilion search for an Earth attribute precious treasure. Could it be little friend Yang is trying to cultivate some kind of profound secret technique? This old fox." Yang Kai secretly cursed. Around sharp and well-informed people like Yen Pei, one needed to be extra careful with how they spoke, as anything one said may give away precious information. However, even though the other party had guessed his purpose, Yang Kai wasn't about to foolishly admit to anything, and instead just smiled. "Senior Yen, in addition to collecting treasures from around the world, could it be Treasure Trove Pavilion is really responsible for prying into others' private information? During the auction that was just held, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain had said something to similar effect, so now Yang Kai taking advantage of her words couldn't be considered as offensive." Yen Pei gawked for a moment before letting out a chuckle. This old master was simply asking casually. Little friend Yang does not need to explain his purpose, of course. However, I must ask little friend Yang for a few more specifics so that this old master and Treasure Trove Pavilion will be able to determine a direction and objective for our search. There is even a chance we may have what little friend Yang needs in our storehouses already. My specific requirements are that the scale of this treasure must be no lower than a 10th order monster beast core. A 10th order monster beast core. Yan Pei narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with some shock. Although he had some speculations, he hadn't expected Yang Kai's request to be so great. If this was the case, then the items treasure trove pavilion currently had in storage would not be able to meet Yang Kai's request. After all, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an origin king realm master. It was impossible to find such an existence on Shadowed Star. It need not be a monster core. Any treasure which is of equivalent scale to a 10th order monster beast core will do, Yang Kai added. All right, this request will be somewhat difficult to fulfill, so this old master doesn't dare make any guarantees. I can only say that Treasure Trove Pavilion will do its best. Of course, little friend Yang should not remain idle himself. Perhaps with enough opportunity little friend Yang will be able to obtain what he wants on his own. Junior naturally understands this. Yang Kai gently nodded. Of course, he wasn't going to place all his hopes on Treasure Trove Pavilion. This time, him coming to see Yan Pei was primarily to discuss the Star Emperor token. The Earth attribute treasure was simply a side note. Thinking this way, Yang Kai moved the conversation forward. Right, Senior Yen, the Star Emperor token you took out a moment ago. What's wrong? Do you want to exchange for it? Yan Pei put down the tea he was drinking when he suddenly heard Yang Kai mentioning the Star Emperor token, raising his brow and asking hurriedly, as if he was quite anxious to make this deal. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. After all, according to Yan Pei, he was only acting on behalf of a mysterious old friend. Seeing Yan Pei act so urgently, though, showed that the relationship between this powerful master and Yan Pei was not shallow. Otherwise, how could this old black face act so urgently? Good. This junior is interested in this exchange. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. You have a flowing flame flying fire? Yan Pei's eyes widened as he asked excitedly. Yang Kai, however, shook his head. Yan Pei frowned for a moment, but was immediately startled and shouted. Then you know where to find soul-cleansing divine water? I don't. Yang Kai still shook his head. Soul-cleansing divine water could not be carried away from its source. Hence, it could only be used where it was found. If this wasn't the case, when the pond of soul-cleansing divine water was found in the flowing flame sand field, Chu Changfeng, Leng Qing, and all the others would have long ago divided it up and taken it away. There would have been no need to soak in that pool at all. Seeing him repeatedly deny having the required items for this exchange, even though Yan Pei had a good impression of Yang Kai, he still couldn't help his face from sinking as he asked lightly, Little friend Yang, are you intentionally making trouble for this old master? Only these two items can be exchanged for that Star Emperor token. But since you have neither a flowing flame flying fire nor information about soul-cleansing divine water, why would you bring up this topic? Please calm yourself, Senior. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest signs of panic as he explained. If it is convenient, could you allow this junior to speak directly with the senior who made this request? Junior guarantees he will not disappoint him. Seeing how calm Yang Kai looked, Yan Pei couldn't help wondering where the former's confidence came from. If it were someone else, Yan Pei would have already asked them to leave, but Yang Kai's origins were quite profound. According to his investigations, Yang Pei knew that Yang Kai actually came to Shadowed Star from the outside world. Perhaps he would have some means or methods that locals of Shadowed Star didn't possess that were comparable in effect to soul-cleansing divine water or a flowing flame flying fire. Considering all this, Yan Pei's complexion eased, but he still stated calmly, Since that is the case, I will call him over, but little friend Yang, you'd best have enough assurance of success. Is 100% assurance enough? Yang Kai grinned confidently. This was not an exaggeration on Yang Kai's part, for even if his speculations were wrong, he still had flowing flame flying fires on him. It was simply that he didn't want to exchange them unless forced to do so. Yan Pei's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this but did not say any nonsense, instead immediately taking out a communication artifact, pouring in his divine sense, exchanging a few words with someone, then quietly waiting. Less than half an incense stick worth of time later, a knock came at the door. Come in, Yan Pei shouted. The door was pushed open immediately and a man walked inside. This man looked young, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that he was not as young as he appeared. What was more eye-catching, though, was this man's peculiar-looking face. He had two thin eyes that seemed to almost be closed, as well as puffy cheeks and rounded ears, making him look a bit like a monkey. Additionally, his arms were somewhat long, his hands somewhat big. However, of all his odd features, it was his two buck teeth that drew the most attention. Yang Kai's first impression of this person was wild. After recovering from his initial shock, Yang Kai swept this man with his divine sense and was shocked to discover that he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was the man Yen Pei called an old friend? Why does he look like a common thug from the city backstreets? Yang Kai almost spat out his tea, and even Yang Yen, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hands, trying hard to suppress her shock and laughter. Yen Pei lightly coughed and broke the silence. There's no need for suspicion. This is a disciple of my old friend. It is a little inconvenient for my old friend to appear in public, so the Star Emperor token was brought to exchange this time by him. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. If this wild-looking man was the disciple of a powerful, mysterious master, having such a cultivation at such an age was reasonable. Senior Yen, you wanted to see me? The buck-toothed man didn't seem to put Yang Kai or Yang Yen in his eyes at all, and instead directly asked Yen Pei upon entering. Yen Pei gently nodded. The other party looked delighted and asked, "Is there news about the proposed exchange?" Something like that. Yen Pei didn't know how to answer, and his words caused a look of surprise to appear on this buck-toothed man's face. Fortunately, Yen Pei moved the conversation along quickly by pointing to Yang Kai and explaining, "This little friend Yang Kai, he says he can satisfy Nephew Ji's requirements, but that he wished to speak with you face-to-face first. This old master is only responsible for introducing the two of you. As for what comes next, that will be up to you to discuss." Satisfy my requirements? The buck-toothed cultivator turned his head and looked at Yang Kai for the first time, a strong look of suspicion and disdain flashing across his eyes.